Everyone, on behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the workshop session on November 6th at 6:30 p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
1 second. Where's my roll call sheet? 1 second, Council President.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am. 1 second, please. Thank you. I had my, no, I'm sorry. Roll call for the workshop session of November 6, 2025. Councilwoman Cotton.
Here.
Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
Good evening, Paterson. President, Madam Clerk, I'm ready to serve.
Councilman Omar.
Good evening, Paterson. Ready to serve.
Councilman Udin. Councilman Velez.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Council President.
I am here, Madam Clerk.
Thank
Madam
you very
Clerk,
much.
could you please?
We have 6 present, 3 are absent at this time.
Madam Clerk, could you please read the statement of compliance?
Absolutely. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2025-2026. Meeting date, November 6, 2025, 6:30 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1, the annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2025-2026 on or about July 1st, 2025. 2, a schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2025-2026 was duly transmitted on or about July 1st, 2025 to the North Jersey Herald, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, La Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap Into Paterson, the Weekly Bangla Patrica, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2025-2026 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall first floor in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2025-2026 was duly filed with the Municipal Clerk. And 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
We have items 12 through 22, which are all renewal of license. 12 to 22. They're all renewals of coin-operated license. And there's 2 new that I spoke to our newly elected councilman of the 6th Ward, and he's okay with the 2 in his ward. For 12 through 22, for 12 through 22 consent.
Council President.
Councilman Velez.
The one for the license that is in 21st Avenue, 14 and 15, that it has a, I know it's a new owner, okay? And that place was closed for the longest, but there was a shooting and a death in that place way back. And this past weekend, there was a shooting out there too. So this number, I think it's, and Councilman from the 6th Ward, I just want to give you a little history on it because we want to preserve the quality of life in that area. Is in the border with 6th and 5th, and I received numerous complaints while it was closed about some activities in there, and they didn't have the license in place. I would like to have a call of service for this particular address, 243 21st Avenue, because it's real important. It's real important. No, we're going to do it in the record, and they will ask for the call of service for 243 21st Avenue from 2 years from now, back. Yes, because I know that the place was shut down way back because there was a murder inside, and there was some gang activities after it was closed and all that stuff. And this past weekend, it was a shooting, even I don't saying it's related to that place, but it was too close there. So we want to make sure, Councilman, that the quality of life is preserved there.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Councilman Velez. In the future, so I just want to say, for renewals, I think that's needed, but if it's a new entity that's opening and the councilman has made his introduction in his ward and he's already approved it, we can't hold a new entity for quality of life issues that have happened in the past.
Thank
This
you.
is a new entity applying for a new entertainment license. The councilman has already went to this area, and that's why I always reach out, especially for new renewals. Even any council person has an issue, but he already met with them. They are in a place of understanding. But even if you present that information, which is fine, I don't think we should hold any new business for quality of life services that have occurred. These items will be on consent, Madam Clerk. Item number 11, it may shift if Council Vice President wants it, but we'll put it on regular. Item number 10 for Ms. Wahida will be on consent, Madam Clerk. It'll be on consent. You want it on regular? Number 10 will be on regular. Number 8, Madam Clerk, I know we received all the information. It just came to us late for number 8 for the cab driver, so we are up to date per licensing. So I want to recommend number 8 to be on consent. Is that okay, Madam Clerk? Sure. Number 8 is consent. And then 9 is the stenographer for our wonderful,
Consent.
for the work she's doing, that's consent. Number 8, resolution authorizing contracts with certain approved vendors through various departments and divisions in the city of Paterson. Number 6.
Number 6. Is that on consent or non-consent?
Number 6.
Consent?
Consent, is everybody okay? Regular, Madam Clerk?
Regular, okay.
Sure. Discussion, Councilman Jackson. Mr. B.A., could you give an update on number 6, please?
Good evening, council members. That's a recurring resolution that we prepare every year. So we select the vendors that have been used quite often for different departments for the city. So we make sure that they belong and they have a valid state contract. And in consultation with finance, we stipulate amount of money not to exceed. So when the department or division has the need to purchase those goods, now they have the vendor that they will provide those goods.
Thank you. So a couple things. So thank you, Mr. Savalas. Always appreciating and respecting your insight. First thing is, I could not help but Council President called you Mr. B.A. Are you being paid to be the B.A. this evening? Because I saw on some of these documents over here where it was saying that Mr. Seaman was presenting these items. Now, I see you sitting here tonight, and she calls you Mr. B.A. I mean, I respect the work that you do so greatly. I think that you should be entitled to out-of-title pay, especially if you're being called the B.A. So, are you being paid out of title, or are you just, okay?
They are working
All right,
here.
thank you, I appreciate that. I'm just making sure. So we're paying 2 BAs now. We have a BA that has basically tapped out for, some undisclosed reasoning, some inappropriate activity that took place within the administration. Now the BA has quit, threw in his towel. He's still presenting information. We should not be accepting. We have a very competent person here who's sitting in on our meetings. He should be the person that's signing off on these documents. But, Mr. Savalas, so especially in light of this $4 million unknown expenditure, or the lack of information on this over expenditure for $4+ million, and then I get a document here where you're just talking like we're spending $1 million, close to $1 million in fuel. We're spending $500,000 or more for Verizon, but we don't really have any details on each individual items. Are we being accountable, responsible for fuel consumption? How is this fuel being utilized? Is this fuel for PD? Is this fuel for fire? Is this fuel for DPW? There's just no details here. Dell Marketing, $135,000 for computer equipment. Is that for computer upgrades, et cetera?
Well, Councilman Jackson, you're correct. As for the use of the whole city, and that's the reason you're seeing that amount. Also, it's not to exceed the amount, not that everybody arbitrarily is going to. And to answer your second question, if we have way to control, like one of those is say 50,000, and we know we're near with 50,000, like say 37, 40. So we prepare and you have approved few of those additional appropriation for that contract in order to finish up the budget year. So we try to, that's the reason we put the numbers and the way you see in there, it's based on the last year expenditures. So
Well, I understand that, and that's why, I've been stating it for several weeks. We failed to do budget hearings where we've actually sat down with every single division head, department head, and looked at it. We're not even understanding how much of this is being utilized. Like, we didn't get if we're just blanketed approving these amounts based on what happened last year, well, we don't have no report on fuel consumption. What vehicles are using fuel? How many calls did they go on for the fire department and they're utilizing X, Y, and Z amount of gallons per diesel? I see there's gas here. We're not even getting any reports on expenditures, on the spending, but we have to be looked at. First of all, we're going to be expecting this council is going to be expecting on approving a loan for $65+ million, and we're not being responsible and accountable for each individual line item. I'm surprised that we don't have, a packet broken out for each expenditure, outlining how much are we using, what was the comparison from last year. Do we need to? Are these numbers reflective on increases? Are we reducing certain line items by a certain percentage? Are we trying to save money? We know that we're in duress, right? Is the administration being accountable and responsible to every department when it comes to spending?
Councilman Jackson, that particular resolution, I look at the numbers, and you're right. Last year, I think there were 2 more vendors in the listing, and because we don't use it, or we found somebody better to do the work, it's not listed there.
Do you have a total? Do you have a total for this?
Every department receive the billing. I mean, when they meet here for the budget, that's a line item in their budget. You can see and ask them.
I understand that. I understand that it's a line item in each particular budget, but what I'm asking is, this is one item, item number 6.
Yes.
That we're looking to approve 19 different expenditures.
Yes.
But there's no total here. I mean, I can add it up, of course, but do you know what the total is for this entire item?
Once again, that says not to exceed amount based on the last year consumption. Second, we prepare the contract, as you can see there. The department has the ones to call for the service, gasoline, oil, and so on and so forth. A breakdown, I can ask the departments at today expenditure in all those line items, but also it's that we do in order to expedite things. If you wish to put it on the side and then I prepare a resolution as the need comes, and
Absolutely. Me personally, I mean, I know I'm not going to get the support from the rest of the council, but as we're in a deficit, we're now borrowing $65 million. We're now short $4 million there. We were short $6-7 million in TA. these numbers start adding up. And I understand it, as the purchasing agent, it's not your job or your responsibility to look at what was expended, what was the projected cost, and what was actually realized in the expenditures, but it is the responsibility of the administration. The gentleman sitting right next to you, who's failing the city miserably, he should be telling us where the money's been spent and what money was left over. And what we're looking at, now, to throw this on one item and just expect, I mean, I know it is the practice of the council. The council hasn't looked at the budget. They've been approving stuff, and then certain people say, oh, I didn't know that was there. As I said in one of the previous meetings, we should have every single department head here being accountable, including these expenditures right here. What are we spending on fuel? We know that there's rumors that people take their personal vehicles, they fill it up in various spaces. We don't even know how much fuel we're utilizing and what we're expending it for. But just to say, just on a blanketed report, we're going to spend $1 million on fuel, and then not have an in-depth report on how it's being utilized, what departments are consuming. You know, we spent money on electric vehicles quite some time ago. We should see a reduction in fuel consumption. Where's the report on what we saved based upon the expenditure that we so freely approved in the past for all these electric vehicles? How many electric vehicles do we have on the road? How much savings have we realized? Are we saving anything? I mean, that's a part of being responsible in our budgeting process. I cannot just sit here, well, I have not been sitting here and just blindly approving these items, but.
Can I say something?
Absolutely.
All right. Precisely
Thank you.
like you mentioned
Count.
before.
You were answering, Mr. B.A.?
He was.
Okay. I couldn't hear you on the mic. You were answering? Thank you. Okay.
I have mentioned before that particular resolution, we do a lot of research before it's prepared. Part of the research is find out how much money have been used in those items. For example, you made reference to Verizon, cellular phones, all these devices that come with the phones, and all the communication, land services. So it's all those contracts. That's the reason you're seeing that amount of money there. Revisions, yes, that's the reason I said last year, I believe there were 2 other vendors there, but they're no longer there because we find no need to have them there. But if we do the research, when I say that I don't have the information, because every single department should provide the information.
Correct.
My office, and I do bids and contracts, and this is something like it's a blanket, as you mentioned, to be able, any department will need to obtain those services, they already have the authority to do so.
No, I understand that, Mrs. Valles. We want to be able to have the resources available when they're needed.
Yes.
But we also want to be responsible to make sure that they're not being wasted. We want to be responsible to, I mean, how else are we going to catch up on budgeting? How else are we going to ever catch up on, you know, the overspending? Are we going to just, is this just part for the course? Is it our destiny just to be reliant upon transitional aid forever, just to continuously see news articles the way we did today in the paper where we're $4 million and we don't even understand where this money is being spent? No, we have to draw a line in the sand and say, when are we going to be responsible for all the spending? Not some of the spending, not maybe half of the spending, but all the spending that's going on here. You know, we sat here and approved all these items that's costing us money, from the state health insurance plan and all these various things that's costing the taxpayers an enormous amount of money. To sit here and and we don't even have a total on this thing, but it's several $million, you know, and some of these expenditures, Paramus Ford Inc., $140,000. That's $2, $3, $4, $500,000. $500,000 here, $500,000 in phone services, $1 million in gas. So you're talking $2 million right there alone. This bill list is about $3+ million. So anyway, I made my point. I think that you know, the public understands it. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you. This item will go on,
Council
this
President.
item will go on regular, and I just wanted to bring clarity to the community. We are not voting on a $60 million loan. That was removed from the agenda last week. We are not voting on that. We're looking forward to bringing forward the final adoption of the budget on next week. We just got some final numbers, and we're looking to bring that forward to this council. This item will be on regular, Madam Clerk.
Council President, before,
Councilman
thank you.
Velez.
CFO, through the chair, CFO, number 6, that's the one that we had in discussion now. This amount was already budgeted, or you planning to, where you planning to get this money from?
Where is it? It's for gasoline. It's gasoline.
That's all for next year's budget, Councilman.
I know, can you tell me which budget?
2026.
Next year, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Council President.
Councilman Kalika, then Councilman Cotton.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President.
Him.
Just want clarity from Mr. BA as well. These number 6, these are state-approved contract vendors. It's not for only one department. It's for various departments, not to exceed. As they're needed, they have authority to order from auto parts store or snow, when snow comes, snow removal. And we allocate some money for each of those entities, department. So as they're needed, they order. We might not spend the $75 million parts and repair for the road services and such a thing. So this is an annual thing that every year we do. I'm not here to micromanage. We have every department has, we have every department responsible for their own invoices, ordering as well. If personally, if I want to see anything, I'll ask them. I'll get the invoices if I hear something fishy going on or whatnot. But this whole discussion, I think we are trying to micromanage. I'm not here to do that. I'm okay with regular or
it doesn't
consent,
matter.
Council President.
Yes, Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to say, Harry, and I'm not sure if it changed, but probably about 10 years ago, they came up with a system where you, to put gasoline in the cars or whatever they got to use, is like a tag or something.
Gas boy.
And it tracks every vehicle that's putting gas in the vehicles. It tracks, like, if it's the fire department, it's the DPW department, if it's the economic development department, community development, it tracks it. So we can get a breakdown of how much each department is using for their vehicles. Say zoning, you know, they got a lot of cars, but some of their cars are electric and some of them are not electric. So I know that we still use that kind of tag to track vehicles.
And also, in some departments, they still use the lab book. Anybody
lab.
can come in and then
Okay.
they sign.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman
Council President.
Mendez, please.
It was first. It was okay. Thank you, Council President. And I'm just definitely also have to clarify because the $60 million discussion was a very heated discussion and something that it caught everybody's attention. So that's not on the table. So we're not having discussion about that. And you know, approving a contract with the state contract co-op is something. This is a regular business. So we do this every year. I was a little confused why the discussion. This is a normal business. The reason why I want to comment on this, our VA, Harry, is because co-op is also another tool that we could save money. I don't see the city using co-op, you know, as regular. All the municipality, small municipality, what they doing, they coming together. They join, you know, together and to save money. So we got to look into any angle that we could save a dollar. Every dollar is important, especially now in the condition of the financial condition that we have right now. So if you're going to add this, keep in mind that tool that we could use to save money also as well. Thank you.
So right before Councilman Velez, just to give clarity, we use co-op all the time. So maybe just present some of the documents that we've approved, but we use it all the time, Councilman Mendez. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Council President. Once again, sorry I interject again. We have done this regularly. We use co-op, we use state contract. That's not the problem here. CFO, if this is considered other expenses in the budget, right?
That's correct.
See? Other expenses in the budget. Everybody knows, and everybody read today, the article about this overspending in other expenses. The reason I asked if they identify where he's going to pay this, and he just say for the next budget, okay, next year, but here we go again, other expenses. In the past, I said, the administration, and Councilman Mendez was willing to do it at the same time to identify another expenses without touching salary and wages and benefits, because that's contractual, to look into other expenses in the city to see how we could minimize, the spending there. And my colleagues are right. How you do that? You get the data, how much you spend from $300,000, and you didn't spend 150 only. Give it 200. Don't give it 300. So, that's how you reduce other expenses. But now the article said that they overspent, and this is like a blank check again that we give it. Oh, we didn't spend there, so let's move this money that we didn't spend to over here. And when we look at it, we the last people to know because we already approving it today. CFO, I know you're trying to do your best. You can't do it by yourself. But one thing is, what we like is, because I don't sit on finance, a lot of these councilmen over here don't sit on finance. If they try to bring their report, and it's a light report because what they're going to report is whatever was saying in the committee, but if you got something that you had to tell us that is not saying in the committee, bring it forward, because from this point on, the community is watching, they don't see the service coming back to them, and they see a lot of spending. So we had to do more good in the communication as a CFO. I'm not talking about the BA or assistant BA, CFO. Your ball is in your side to prove us that you guys doing the right thing. Thank you, Council President.
Payment of bills,
Council
Madam Clerk. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you. So the first thing is, just because you're doing something for 30-plus years doesn't mean you're doing it right. In fact, it's very simple to see that we have not been doing it right. There's an enormous deficit that we need to cure. And it doesn't surprise me that some people are confused with the level of questioning, because it's very easy to confuse members in this council, and then we can just blow past several $1 million in expenditures. And what's even more disheartening, when we talk about all the illegal construction going on, all the illegal apartments, and now you have a family of 5 that just lost their life, we get absolutely no reports on every single item. Maybe you guys could show me in your email thread where there's reports on last year's expenditures. We just finished the 2025 expenditures on these same items, which is mirrored, so we're just going to go ahead and blanket approve them for 26 without even having a report on it. Without even having a report, and you're thinking that's responsible? And no, I'm not trying to micromanage. No, your job is to manage the budget. This is our job, the budget, not to be hanging on the back of garbage trucks, not to be, cutting side deals with building sub-code inspectors so family members could build extra floors on their houses. We're talking about the budget. This is what this is about. So saying that we're being irresponsible by questioning the expenditures here, I just don't understand how that's being irresponsible. Relative to the $65 million, the discussion that I was a part of, we needed $65 million in order to make payroll. If we found another way to have done that, that's fantastic. But that should have been part of the discussion so the public could hear where we found this money. 1 week, we're short $65 million, and we won't be able to make payroll. We're scaring everybody. Oh, we ain't going to be able to pay the employees. Now we don't need it anymore. Did we even need it to start with? But we're not monitoring the expenditures. The $8 million surplus, the $8 million additional that got applied for as a grant that got poured into the Hinchcliffe Stadium so all those people can make additional money, we haven't gotten a report on that yet. So it really doesn't surprise me on how some people are very confused about the line of questioning. We never get any reports. We just blindly approve all the spending by this administration. I've never seen an administration get this much leeway when it comes to spending. $85+ million in CARES Act dollars. We don't know where it's at. Has anyone here seen a report on that?
You have too. I gave it to you.
No, you didn't.
I did.
No,
I
you didn't.
emailed it and handed it to you. Yes, I did. I did. You have it. I gave it to you.
Where is it? I can get it here?
Go to your email. I emailed it, and physically,
email it to me.
our secretary walked over and handed every council member the exact report. You have it. I gave it to you.
$65 million
Yes, I gave it to you.
Okay. What about the $140 million in tax
I gave you
credits?
both. I gave you all of
The
that.
$140 million in tax credits, you gave me that too?
So in my July 1st, you challenged me to do it, and I physically handed reports to every council member with your name on it. You have it. It wasn't just email. I physically handed it to you. Yes, I did. And if you would
know
like
what?
it to be done again, I'll be more than happy. You can have mine on my desk.
If that is the case, and that was an oversight of mine, I apologize. But this right here, this document we're voting on now, you gave me these reports too? You gave me.
We're not voting on it.
What do
We're
you
in
mean?
workshop.
This item number 6.
We're voting next week.
I understand we're voting next week, but in workshop is when we're supposed to go through it, talk about what the expenditures are, so next week we don't have to prolong the meeting. But if we're not going to have people here to speak on what these expenditures are now, this is on the agenda. It should have come with a package that
So
showed.
my request to CFO and BA, just for clarity to the public, because sometimes it's sound bites, but let's be clear. This is state-approved contracts, right? Every department head, and I'm glad you're here because this is your budget that is being spoke about. They give you up to a certain amount where you're able to do your jobs and be financially responsible in your departments. We vote on this every year. It doesn't, that's why it's hard for them to give you a total, because the total is not exact. It depends on the invoices and the vouchers based on the work or the requests that go in. This is not new. It's been going on for a long time. So if possible, I'm going to ask for the request from last year based on what numbers we voted on. Could you provide the information as to what the final number was up to this point, because the year is not over, but up to this point of how much they spent based on last year's contract? I think that will help out so you'll understand and know that that's what this list is for. And I see the director, you're nodding your head because that's what we're doing. We're voting on the state-approved contracts. So for the following year, we have to do it in advance, that you can start pre-budgeting for your year for your employees in your department.
So, Council President, this last point I'll make. First of all, these are state-approved vendors. These are not state-approved contracts. These are state-approved vendors which we can mitigate going out to a public bid for. But the amounts and what we're spending, this is what we need to be regulating. Now, I know you haven't seen it this way because this wasn't, ever since this administration came on, the process has been changed. When we had people who were doing our budget officers that was doing it responsibly, it would be side by sides of the years previous of what we expended. So we get an opportunity to see what the usage is. We're not, just because we're approving these things doesn't mean that they're not supposed to get scrutinized. We've never in the past, when I've made multiple suggestions for line item vetoes and you guys have failed to support it. But we've done these things in the past. That was done in the past as well. If we don't completely expend a line, we would normally get rid of it. But if we're not doing that responsibly, and at the end of the year, yes, it's built into his budget. He's just going to move the line item from one to another and spend it on something else, on one of their salaries.
So I agree, Councilman Jackson. So please, going forward, even for next week before the vote, have that information, and then you vote for the following year, do the same. I think it's prudent that you have that information that's being requested. Payment of bills, Madam Clerk. Payment of bills, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
Payment of bills, Madam
Council
Clerk.
President.
Payment of bills, Madam
Council
Clerk.
President, I just want to clear the record a little bit
if-
here. If you allow me just a few seconds only. I appreciate it.
Councilman Velez, make it very brief.
I'm going to make it quick. You know, when we talk about the ARP money, 64 million, I believe, or 68 million that came in? How much? 64.7. Yeah, go easy, resume what we use that money. So it's easy. Road resurface, parks, they shorthanded the city employee with half her pay. You remember that? Shorthanded, the city employee has to pay. There was 20 million remaining. They promised a recreation center, and the money went down the drain and study where you want it, where you want it here, you want it over there. They gave it $2 million to a nonprofit for a recreation center that is in the other side of the city. So that's how they waste the money. That's the report.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. That's not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, payment of bills.
Thank you.
It's my freedom of speech.
Thank you, Council.
Payment of bills.
Thank you, Council President. Summary of disbursement. Total is $16,900,169.51. We have a payroll week, about $5.3 million. Also a payment to, actually two payment to Board of Education, but one payment, I believe, 6.7 million. Also there is a Community Development Fund payment of 1.5, and I will recommend that this payment of bill move forward. Thank you, Council President.
Moved by Councilman Kalik, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call on payment of bills, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on the payment of bills in the amount of $16,909,169.51. Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Jackson,
No.
Councilman Kalik,
Yes.
Councilman Mendez,
Yes.
Councilman Omar,
Yes.
Councilman Udine,
Yes.
Councilman Velez, payment of bills. What did,
Oh, payment, yeah, abstain. I don't know.
abstain?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Thank you. We have 6 in favor, 1 against, 1 abstention, and 1 absent. Payment of bills is hereby adopted.
So, Madam Clerk, we have items 25 through 30 for DPW. There was a committee meeting through our chair, Councilwoman Cotton, and I see our deputy director is here, Manny Ojeda. All of these items are being recommended to be on consent. 25 through 30.
25 to 30. I put it-
25 through 30. There was a very excellent meeting held in DPW. Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton, for leading the charge and those council members that showed up to the committee meeting. Are there any questions as they're preparing for the winter time, for salt and the items that are needed for pest control, plumbing repair, and rock salt for the winter time?
Council President.
Can you come to the
Councilman
mic?
Velez,
Council President.
Can you come to the mic?
Councilman Velez, Councilman Jackson, and Councilman Mendez.
This is the time of the year we almost, it's going to get cold. We don't know how many amount of snow we're going to get out there. What is the budget for snow this year? 500,000 again?
It's about two-
Other years, it was close to $1 million.
Close to $1 million?
Yeah, but we don't know what the numbers are going to bear this year once we go in front of the council for the budget.
Correct. Our trucks are ready to go, right? Just in
They-
case?
They're being serviced as we speak.
Service this week. When you get a chance, can you email me how many trucks we have in operation, how much are in the yard, in mechanics or whatever? I just want a list of operating vehicles before, and, you know, anything happens, well, we want to know how many vehicles, and if any vehicle's sitting now in the mechanic shop to see when they could come out. If they're not holding the vehicle because payment.
No.
No? Okay. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson, then Councilman Mendez.
Director, what's up, brother? How are
How
you,
you doing?
sir? Can you explain to me number 29? What do we,
Nicholas.
what items for plumbing is this item going to be utilized for?
Okay, okay.
Well, Councilman, that contract is actually for the whole city, all the buildings. Ain't any issues with plumbing, any issues with any water leaks or anything like that, that's what the contract is for. It covers that. It also covers us buying parts, sometimes even for the HVAC system. Part of that is the White and Sugar. We go there all the time to buy parts for any of the units or anything like that is needed throughout the whole city. And that's all the city buildings.
No, I understand that, but what plumbing? Are we snaking toilets? Are we changing washers in the sink valves?
No.
What plumbing are we getting done for this contract?
That's major that's minor stuff. That contract is for major plumbing.
So
For
I
instance,
know we overspent on the boiler for City Hall. We spent about, if I'm not mistaken, like $400,000 for a boiler that should have cost like $65,000, and then we spent $600,000 in here. So what I'm just trying to understand is, like, I get it, it's for the whole city, but what kind of plumbing? You said HVAC, so we have HVAC repair or something like that? Because we normally, whenever there's an item that goes down, we'll get a special, we'll get another item presented to us that says, you know, we have a special expenditure for emergency repairs on a HVAC system or something like that. Or further, like if this is a common normal practice, what was the repairs? Do we have a list of all the repairs plumbing wise that was done last year?
we can get you those details, Councilman, for any particular thing. I know that the director has given you other information before in reference to other contracts. We can do the same thing with this contract too. But that contract also has a lot to do with the sprinkler systems in the parks and all that. All the water, all the lines that run into our bathrooms in the parks, that type of work. It's not to change washers and all that. It's none of that stuff. That's minor stuff. We're referring to stuff sometimes they have to repair big water lines here at City Hall. We had issues at the headquarters sometimes, so that's
What issues did we have at headquarters?
at headquarters when we had the flooding down in the basement, even when we had the leaks down at the boilers and stuff like that. We had to do some repairs there too.
The leaks down in where?
At headquarters,
At PD?
yes.
So this company came in to do the repair for,
Plumbing, yes.
well, but we don't know what, okay, so this is just an emergency fund, just in case something goes wrong, that we're gonna hire, that they'll come in. So how much of this did we expend last year?
I don't have the numbers in front of me. Obviously, we can discuss that when we discuss the budget, but I can get you all the details if you need more information on the plumbing.
No, now see, listen, and Director, I know, you know, it's been quite some time, and you might be a little bit out of practice, right? But Council President was just putting this item on consent, right? And I know it's not a great deal of money, $65,000, but it's not here, it's not presented here, so we're just expected to just vote blindly. We don't know what was expended last year. We don't know exactly what plumbing, it's just
You have it,
overall
Harry?
plumbing.
He hasn't?
We're talking about parts, but yet on the same cluster of items, we have a contract that's being renewed for Grand Hardware, where we know we normally buy plumbing supplies, electrical supply, all of those different supplies from there. So there's a separate item for parts, potentially.
It would be a separate item.
It would
For
be.
the simple reason, any type of some electrical work, our facilities division does ourselves. Same thing with plumbing. We change toilets and stuff like that. We don't need to call a plumber for that. But that plumbing contract is for any major issues that's above what we can do.
All right, so I'll shoot an email to both you and Director Rodriguez. If I can get a report on what we spent last year, on what emergencies did we spend last year, and how was it expended? What items are, outside of the scope
Right.
of what we can handle in-house? Because again, like I would expect that we're snaking drains ourselves, and 65,000. It's not like it's a great deal of money, but it's still we have to be accountable for every single expenditure that we have. Every dime we have, we should be looking to be responsible on the spending. So if I can get a report on this item and the other, which item, Madam President, number 26, would like to be on regular.
You want 26 on regular?
Yeah,
Correct.
Okay, Councilman Mendez and then Councilman McCartney.
Oh, thank you, Council President. Director, it's good to see you. Quick question on item number 20, item number 30. I definitely see, and this was my comment before. I know we're using co-op to buy salt and every year, so my comment was to just let's look into all the items that we could use co-op also to save some money, like all the municipalities are doing, all the items that we're using. So let's be creative in order for us to save every dollar that we can, because we all know what we're going through financially in the city of Paterson. But the question is, in general, are we ready for this winter in terms of the truck? How many trucks do we have that are ready to go out? If you could give me the list. If you don't have it now, just give me the list of truck, how many trucks that we have, equipment, truck that need to be repaired. Let us know, if we're ready and what we can do, what needs to be done for this winter time that is really around the corner. And the last comment that I have, Director, is about the tree. I know we have a company. We have a $200,000 contract with the company just to address the problem that we have with the tree. But there's people that have 1 year, 2 years with a tree on the list that need to be cut. We have to go back and revisit the list. Now, winter time is coming. We have a lot of old trees, especially in the third ward. We have a lot of people that have some tree on the list for a very long time. I make a comment about Brilliant Avenue and 18th Avenue. The owner of that property, he tried to fix the sidewalk, but that tree, we're gonna have to cut it. It's unsafe right now, and it's still closed. And people, they have to go into the street because the sidewalk is closed. So let's address that, because that's a problem. And not only in the third ward, in other areas as well, but in the third ward, is the biggest problem that we have. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
And Director,
Thank you.
if you comment on that.
Councilwoman Cotton?
If I may,
About the tree, I'm sorry, Director, if you could,
Just text me the address so I can look into it.
I have a list for you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton?
thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Because we had our committee meeting, Councilman Omar was in, Councilman Velez, he was there. He could have asked some more questions. He
Right.
was in the committee meeting. The only one that was not in the meeting was Councilman Jackson. But I just want to say to you that we went over all these items, and the reason why Grand Hardware is back on here, because it changed ownership. That's the only reason. We voted already on Grant Hardware, but they changed ownership, and once they change ownership, we have to put the contract in. I just want to say also for, and I had said it to Harry, person agent, a few times about state contracts and cooperative. If you belong to a co-op, if you belong to the state contract vendors. And I said to Harry, I remember saying to him that he really looks at the prices, because if he can go outside, he will go outside. If he needs to go out for RFP, he will go out for RFP. What you're going to find most of the time that when you're in that co-op or you do that state contracts, most of the time the prices are lower than going to the outside. So with that, I just want to say that we did talk about all these in our committee meeting. No one had any issues, like especially like with that plumbing, with that the emergency plumbing. It's for major jobs, not for a clogged bathroom over there or clogged. It's for a major thing that it has to be there. But So we did go through all of these items, and we all did approve them to be here on the workshop. So that's why they're here on the workshop now. But Grand Hardware changed the name. Also, for those that don't understand what a monitoring well is, what happened with a monitoring well is that they have to make sure when they're going to do a building development or something, that the building is higher than the water level. If the building's going to go down further than the water level, then they has to change the specs of the contract. So
Thank you, Councilwoman.
we was all in the committee meeting. We all approved these items. Thank
Council
you,
President.
Director.
Councilman Jackson?
Very good. I'll wrap it quick. So what's disheartening is that as a council, we should not be outlining or explaining what the administration has a responsibility to outline and explain to us. And, you know, to give off the notion that some of us should not be questioning.
I'm not giving that notion off. I'm just
I
saying
wasn't
it
talking
was
to you, Councilwoman.
Okay, all right.
I'm just saying in general, other council members Councilman Kalik has been taking many jabs and stabs. This is, and then other people, I'm confused about what we're doing. The director just sat here and I asked him a simple question. What plumbing? Like, what is this contract for? He says, well, it's for this, for that, HVAC is included. Number 25 is a separate HVAC contract. It's on the same list. So we have $140,000 already outlined for HVAC, but we're saying that the other contract for plumbing is going to encompass HVAC. And I know, Director, you weren't necessarily aware of that. But my point is, the administration is supposed to be aware of that, right? We're spending $105 an hour for potential emergency HVAC utilization. The last question I have for you, who do we have on staff in DPW now that's Black Seal certified? I know Finch.
There's one gentleman here in the building, I just can't remember his name right now. and
Well,
the other
Direct,
is-
you can say that we have one or two, just don't mention employees' names, please.
We have two of them.
We have two Black Seal certified
do.
mechanics?
Yes,
Because
we
I know
do.
we have one that's out for workman's comp or something like that. He's out on injury, right? So we have two additional?
No, we have one more.
We have one more. So the point I'm making is, and it has nothing to do with you, please, this is what the practices of our city has been. We'll outsource this and pay a company $105 an hour when we could bring in someone who's qualified, who's certified. We could pay somebody, instead of paying out $140,000 a year for this contract, we don't even know how much of it got utilized last year. We're bringing in some outside person to make money in our community. We could hire somebody for $85,000, $90,000 a year, save money, right, and have someone on hand all the time doing repair and maintenance on HVAC. If we need to do an installation, I'm sure even that person could do installation. We may have to spend some additional money on a crane, outfitting a crane for a particular space, wherever it is. But this is not responsible. This is not the most responsible way to utilize this, funds. My point with the plumbing, if it's something very simple and we're doing, some minor plumbing adjustments, things of that nature, repairing some lines, we have a broken water line, kids can do that. It's not that much of a big deal if you have people that's trained to do it. We could pay somebody locally and have that done. So 25, Council President, I need that on regular as well. I won't be supporting that or this plumbing item. I mean, I think we need to be doing it more responsibly. Again, nothing to do with you personally, Director. It's just my personal perspective on how, if we're going to recover as a city, we have to be more responsible in our spending, and we have to make sure we're utilizing personnel. We have to employ local people. We got to stop giving out contracts to all these outside contractors coming in here and say, oh, you got a problem with this, you got a problem with that. If it's a specialized service, an elevator repairs company or something like that, I can understand that. But HVAC, plumbing, we got thousands of people. We got people every day that's going to HVAC training. They go to Hohokus or wherever other schools, they're going to HVAC training. We could bring 2 or 3 guys on for $35,000, $40,000 an hour, changing filters, and HVAC machinery doesn't necessarily need that much attention, you know, but anyway.
Thank you, Councilman. Item 25, thank you, Director, will be on regular. Our fire, our Office of Emergency Management is here. This is just a renewal contract for disaster recovery. And I'm recommending this to go on consent. And our public safety chairs here, we did meet in public safety. This is for fire and police, if you'll just come up. All of these items, we had a full committee meeting. We vetted all of these items for the disaster relief, for gunshot detection, equipment for police vehicles, and the maintenance of our portable cameras. So our public safety chair is here. It's recommended that all these items go on consent.
Thank you. Thank you so very much.
So, Madam Clerk, items 31 through 34 are all on consent. Thank you, directors and OEM.
Thank you.
NAACP honoree.
Right, they ain't say nothing to you tonight, right?
Economic, Health and Human Services, well, Economic Development, if you'll come first.
Yeah.
Economic Development has 2 items on the agenda. They're just statement of needs for housing opportunities, so they can go before the NJFMA and the NJEDA in regards to affordable housing projects, something that we've had many people talk about, do all kinds of commentary, and these are 2 projects that are going before the board, and they just need statements of support. Are there any, item 36 and 37?
Director, can you just explain?
They're just
I have no
statements of
idea what it
support.
is.
Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
One second.
I have no idea what it is.
They're on the agenda, 36 and 37. 36 is a,
My agenda only has
did you give the updated?
There should be 2 resolutions in your package. They're both resolutions
Yes.
requesting support of the project. It's 24.5 in Houghton.
So just 1 second until he gets, I'm not sure why he doesn't have the updated information.
Council President.
1 second, Councilman Velez.
36 and 37?
Okay, Councilman Velez.
So Hudson Blue 24 Owner LLC, where they doing this project?
So the project will be done at 24.5 in Houghton.
Oh,
It's the corner project.
That's the former Blue Onyx, the beach.
That is correct.
I just wanted her to talk about the resolution.
And they looking for a support to go?
It's a resolution of support that would, that would accompany their application to go for NJEDA funding as well as NJHMFA funding.
So in other words, they're looking for support to do affordable housing.
Correct. It's 100% affordable housing, age restricted.
How many units they plan to do affordable housing?
The total project is 194 units. All units will be
I didn't
affordable.
ask the total cost of the project.
You asked how many units?
Yeah.
194 units.
100?
194.
Are they all going to be affordable housing?
100% affordable housing.
Council President, I could ask those questions.
But you're not making it.
Because what happened is that we give this letter of support, and they ended up giving only 10 apartments as affordable housing. Now we don't have the courtesy to have the individual, like in the past, come here and address the council about their plan, about their, I don't know if they have a special treatment that you representing them, but in the past, we had their project managers, the owner of the project come up. They did it with grandparents raising grandchildren. They came here, they addressed us, they put a plan together, they tell us this is the plan that we have. But in this case, you are the voice for them, and we don't know what they are putting here.
So,
And I don't feel comfortable that you lobby for a private entity.
lobbying. Okay,
A private-
this point of questioning is borderline, This point, the point of questioning is borderline is borderline offensive. One, first and foremost, the items are very clear. These are items of support, and it states on the agenda and in the resolution, 100% affordable housing. You ask her at the mic, is it 100%? She says yes.
Yes.
And then you say, is it 100%? She says yes.
Yeah.
You ask her how many units. She says 174. You say, I didn't ask you the total
194.
cost. I asked you the units. She says, I just said to you 174. We know in Paterson, right? Now, I'm not saying whether this will go forward, because this is we're not approving the project. This is just for them to go and find funding. Because if they can't get the funding, the project is null and void, right? So all of these conversations has nothing to do with this
So
moment.
that's your opinion. Let me keep
No,
on.
let me finish.
That's your
Councilman
opinion.
Velez, you don't have the floor.
I
You
have
don't, no,
took-
you do not have the
Council
floor.
President, with all due
Councilman
respect,
Velez.
You took the
Point of
floor
order.
from me.
Councilman
Point of
Velez.
order,
I have
Council
the-
President.
Councilman Velez, you were done.
I have the floor.
No, you were
interrupt
done.
me.
Point of order.
Point of order,
ahead,
Councilman
Councilman.
Velez.
Point of order.
You were finished, Councilman Velez, and then when
No,
I'm
there's a point of order on the floor. I want to hear.
Right, I called the point of order.
No, I did.
He did it.
Councilman Jackson.
So I understand that you may have an issue, but the councilman is absolutely correct. First of all, he has the floor, and he has the floor. He's entitled to have a line of questioning in whichever direction he may go. Whether I agree with him or not, being spoken over is not the practice of the council. And further, well, I don't, the other part doesn't have to do with the point of order, but when the councilman has the floor, the councilman should be allowed to, he's not speaking out of character or whatever. He has a reason to question any director in such fashion. But I definitely would like to have the floor as well. But whether I agree with him or not, which I'm not going to speak on that, but a council person has the right to have the floor. It should not be spoken over by the council president. It should not be dialogue from the council president. Just because you're the president doesn't give you the authority to mute and or mitigate his line of questioning.
Thank you for your point of insertion, Councilman Jackson. Let me be clear. When the questions become borderline, you're mixing apples with oranges. He started saying, you're talking about what happened when other developers came. They did this. I said, and I stopped it because it was going into a borderline offensive situation.
It's
And
not,
then
it's
you
not
said,
offensive, Council President.
you
It's not a
said
point of
that,
insertion.
Councilman Jackson, now you
He
just
has a
said who
line
has the
of
floor.
questioning that
Now
he's
I have
allowed-
the floor,
that
and
he's
now
allowed
you're
to have.
talking.
No,
Councilman
but-
Jackson, let me
but
just
the-
finish.
But you're not
Point
the
of order.
parliamentarian. You're not the
But
parliamentarian. You don't
Councilman
answer to the
Jackson,
point of order.
You just,
when I
you
call
just
a point
stated,
of order,
I have the floor now.
When I call a point of
But-
order, you're not the judge to
but-
rule upon the point of
Point-
order.
point-
You're
okay,
the
point
council
of order.
president, and you're the one that's
Point
out
of
of order.
order. Point of
You're
order.
the one that's out of order. You
Point
don't get
of
to
order.
rule on the point of
Point of
order and
order.
say, no, that's incorrect.
So at the point
That's
of
not
the
how it works.
conversation, when the director was accused of lobbying for a project, that is when I interjected. She is not lobbying for a project. The item is clear. The items are here in support of whoever this owner is that wants to go before a finance board. That is why she's here. I'm not stopping his questioning. I want him to ask, but she's not a lobbyist. So that's why I made the point of insertion.
So-
Councilman Velez can
Thank you,
continue
Council President.
continue
So let's take
his
the word
questions.
lobbyists out. You presenting for them today this resolution.
I'm presenting before
Okay.
the
So
council
let's take the
a
word
resolution
lobby.
for you to
Ca-
support. Yes,
the
Councilman.
Director, when was the last meeting that we had with Economic Development?
The last meeting we
that
had,
I was present
that you were present, was 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, and we didn't discuss this 2 weeks ago.
We did, you left early.
No.
You left
no,
early.
No.
We
I had-
did. We
Madam-
did. You
Council
left
President,
early.
Council
We spoke
President,
about this. This has
Council
actually been
President, I
discussed
saw the
multiple
agenda.
times.
I
We
saw
discussed
the
this multiple
agenda.
times.
Point of order. Point
no,
of
no,
order,
point of-
Councilman Velez.
Okay, what is
You
the point
asked
of
the
order?
It was
one
correct. It was
second,
not
one
on the
director.
agenda
rebutted
because
me.
the
She
resolution
rebutted
had
me
not
what
been
you
said.
prepared.
Point of order.
Now,
Councilman-
So
I'm the chairperson.
He still has
Yeah.
the floor. Councilman
One
Velez
second,
still has the
Councilman
floor.
Khalid. Councilman Velez, you're asking her a question.
Correct.
You pause, she's responding. Allow the director to respond to your question. You
Yes.
pause for her to answer.
my
Let her-
question is, 2 weeks ago, we had the meeting.
Yes.
I saw the agenda. and the agenda was 2-point-something million that the county want to put these vans to play here, transport, whatever. I believe you was going to speak about cannabis or license or whatever it was. And the other part, we didn't get to it.
No, there
Now,
were the-
I left
there were
because
UEZ
I
items.
left because I know this was not discussed.
So it was not on the agenda because the resolution had not been prepared.
So-
It was discussed,
so-
but the resolution had not been prepared, which is why it did not
Okay,
appear on the agenda.
so let me say this, 36 and 37, all right? I will move it, recommendation to move it back to committee, okay? And have the owners of this 24 owner LLC to come and present us their plan with that project there.
So it
The
was
reason-
presented before the
and
planning
reason why
board.
The manager director is in my ward, okay? I know that, that in the past, this was under Blue Onyx, the beach failed and all this stuff failed. Now we don't have no beach, you know, in summer and all that stuff. They were looking to entertain a restaurant with liquor license in there. The resident was concerned in that time. Now they pitching for affordable housing, okay? And to give respect to this council, especially me, I would like to listen from them. What is the real plan? What is going to be in paper? Because based on the history of people asking for support of letters for project like this, they come, they construct, go find out how much is the rent in that place that we just approved for grandparent raising grandchildren, okay? 2,500 up, that's affordable? No,
Thank
that's
you.
not affordable. So, Madam Director, with all your respect, okay, you presenting, you're not lobbying, a resolution draft by your office, requested to legal, whatever they ask in here, I want to hear from the owners of this LLC. I want to hear it directly, that we go ask some question, how they're going to get compromised to us after we give them this letter. It could say a lot of things in this paper, but at the end, when the project is finished, even talking about the Riverwalk, doing something to the Riverwalk, it sounds like Riverwalk, you know, but,
Thank you.
and talking about 4% of tax, federal tax, all that stuff, you know, I don't feel comfortable to move forward into this. I would recommend to go back to committee, do a presentation from the owner, or have them come here in a workshop and present their plan with this.
Thank you, Councilman Bless. Councilman Jackson, and then the chair of Economic Committee, where they had a meeting already. Councilman Jackson first, please.
Well, I mean, I'll yield to the chair if he has some insight.
Yes, Councilman Khalid, please.
Councilman Velez, you were present at the meeting. Then you had to leave. As you can recall, we discussed UZ 5-year plan, also the shared service agreement with the county, BA, and a couple of his members was there. It was a long meeting. After you left, we briefly discussed this item. This is an amended resolution. Correct. We gave them a letter of support previously for, I believe, 174 or 170 units.
Correct.
Now, they have amended the whole plan, and now we stand at 194 units.
Right.
You went in front of the planning board, and you was approved. And they just need a letter of support so they could go to the state or some other entities to get their funding.
Correct.
That's the only thing we're doing. We are giving them a letter of support for this project, and it is 100% senior affordable housing community, age 55 and older. We always talk about affordability, affordable housing that we need in our city. We do have a project right here. Hopefully, we could move it forward to give them a letter of support. That's what I have to say about these two items.
Councilman Jackson, then Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Council President. So before I ask the director a question, since the chair is so insightful. What's the rate for, what's the affordability rate? How much are these apartments going to be put in the market for?
100%.
I'm not aware of the exact pricing. Maybe,
No, I'm asking
Maybe.
you. You just said that.
I'm not here to answer you, okay? Our
yeah.
director is here. She probably knows. She probably knows.
So first of all, the calculation is based off of the HUD area
That's right.
median income levels.
Yes.
So there's a range.
Yes.
So it falls within a range based on what's happening in the county, and that is applied specifically to the project. The reason they need the letter of support, it's because they have funding. They're just subsidies that support the affordable housing. That's why.
That's right.
So, Council President.
No, you don't.
No.
So, Director,
Oh, he got the floor, okay.
first of all, this affordability rate that we're talking about is far too high for our community. I know, I wouldn't, and I'm not going to put you in this line of questioning because I'm sure you get zero calls for people who are losing their housing. When I was on my way here, I had to make sure there's a young lady who's been illegally evicted from an affordable unit, you know, people are having very extreme difficulties in paying their rent. The towers, it's affordable. I have people who are being taken to court for $30,000 in back rent supposedly, and they're illegally evicting people. What is the fail-safes? Like, there should be some ceilings based on this. They're looking for our letter of support. And let me make this clear. Let me clear this up. I don't even speak to Councilman Velez. If we cross in the hallway, I won't raise my head to say what's up. I do not. We are on two totally different wavelengths. But it's not going to prevent me from acknowledging when he's absolutely correct. When Royceman, who is making a killing off of our community and pimping our residents, he came here every single time he was expecting a letter of support. Not only did he come here, he also came here with the director of PHA, and they presented to us, of which I outlined to all of my colleagues, these are bad deals. The Fifth Avenue project, he came here and said, Councilman Jackson, you'll be happy to hear this. This is my last project. Yeah, because he done raked the city over the coals. Now we have another developer, which, you know, he should be here. He's expecting our support, and I'm not saying you're lobbying him for him because the previous economic development director was here because it is something that the administration is bringing forward. You guys are in support of it, but every single other item that was brought before this council that has received the letter of support is not rendering what is supposed to be outlined as affordable housing. It's not. And that's just, I can go line by line. I just wrote a letter to the Congresswoman today and getting her support so that representatives from HUD could come and do an audit on these derelict landlords that are coming in here, hat in hand, making their expression as if they're doing us a favor and helping with our lack of inventory, and they're coming in here simply to make $1. Now, I don't have any quarrel with anyone making a fair dollar in exchange. But, again, in the case of the towers, where they're doing $1.2 million a year in revenue, and they have an enormous amount of evictions going on where their management is not amenable to the community circumstances, where I have single mothers sleeping in cars with their children, this developer needs to be here before the council and outlining how much of these units. Just to say, generalize, oh, it's going to be whatever that rate is not affordable. I would like to see the financial projections. I would like to see because is this application requesting a pilot as well?
So, no, as part of their, so this is actually all going to be state subsidized. So you're talking about using NJHMFA as well as NJEDA through the Aspire program, which requires, it's mandatory that they have affordable housing built in. So these are, again, state-funded programs that support affordable housing initiatives based off of HUD's criteria in terms of what is deemed affordable housing. It goes by a calculation that's comprised of looking at the entire county, which is Passaic, and that's how the calculation is based.
So these units are going to be fully subsidized?
It'll be fully subsidized.
Wow. So
It's an
here we
affordable
have-
housing developer. That's their expertise.
Okay, which we have a housing developer in our own community that has the same expertise. They may not be exercising it, they're failing our community, but the PHA is our housing developer. We should be partnering with the Paterson Housing Authority, where the revenue that this developer is going to potentially be making could be recycled back into the community, back into our budget, back where we're hurting, and looking for some level of recourse here for our taxpayers. The fact of the matter is, this developer is going to be able to make a great amount of money. Just because it's being subsidized by the state, it doesn't mean there's no level of accountability to us. And this council is supposed to be responsible and holding everybody accountable. He's going to be, buying yachts and flying on private jets and things of that nature based on projects like this. We should understand what the financials look like. We should be, is there financial projections in the package?
There are pro forma that has been supplied. I don't have it before me, but I can tell you it's a $111 million project, of which I believe $55 million is coming from EDA. The other 35 is
$111 million?
It's $111 million. $31.9 million is coming from HMFA. An additional $54 million would come from NJEDA, and the rest is being provided through financial institutions.
Wait, $54 million is coming from EDA, and
Yes.
29 is coming from HMFA?
31.9.
31, so let's just say 32. And it's 111?
Right, and I said the additional funding would come from financial institutions. They have private funders.
Private funders for the 25 million. So they put up
For the
25 million.
difference,
Okay, and there's, you said $111 million, right? Oh, man. And there's 190, how many units?
194. There's also commercial aspects to the project.
$572,000 per unit.
You're not including the retail space and all the other added amenities.
So what, $72,000 because when you build out
Affordable
retail,
housing projects are naturally expensive, given the number of subsidies that you have to use in order to make the project
how much
work.
is the developer's fee?
So the developer's fee is under 10%. If you're interested in the project pro forma, I can provide that to the council.
Thank you.
So the developer's fee, okay. They getting all this free money from HMFA, from HUD, et cetera. They're going out to the market for $25 million in funding. They're walking away with almost close to 50% of what they're going out to the market for in developers' fees. And who's the projected contractor on the job?
So you're talking about the subcontractor?
The contractor.
So I can get whatever information is being requested. If you want the contractor's information, the pro forma of the project, if you want the individuals to come before either council or through committee to do a
Yeah, I agree. I think this
presentation,
needs to go back to
They
committee.
were at the planning board and they did the same, so.
I know that, I think this needs to go back before committee. So $500,000 per unit, it's very simple. Hey Siri, what's the average per unit bill cost in the state, in New York?
Do you want me to use ChatGPT?
Sure, use ChatGPT.
I use it every time.
Here's an answer from ChatGPT.
Hey, chat, who?
$142,000 per unit. It's not very simple. Like, I don't understand. All these places that we're building,
But
listen.
I don't know what the quality looks like for that 100,000.
Wait a minute, but that's the point. That's the point. We allowed Israel Roisman.
I can't
to
speak
build.
to Roisman. I've never
Okay, so
dealt
that's
with
why
him as a
moving forward,
developer
we
in
got to be
Paterson.
responsible. We can't just just because you're on you're the face of it that they're bringing forward doesn't mean that the developer is going to be responsible to the city. Those piece of craps that he built over there have fallen apart, and now we gave him $400,000+ per unit to do a rehab, and they're worse than they were when he built them. So, I mean, we got to...
So part of my line of questioning when I meet with developers is to show me your portfolio of work. That way I have something to gauge whether the quality is subpar or above, is a decent level. They provided their portfolio. We were able to see the quality of their work. They received awards for their work in New York.
Director, with all due respect, I mean...
You have every right to meet with the developer if that is your wish.
We have a projector right here. This, in the past, this is how it's worked. I mean, I know that this mayor has gotten away with murder. Like, when Councilman McCoy and Councilman Morris left this council, it is full disarray. There's been no accountability to people that's coming in here. You're going to come into my community. You're going to build a $110 million project. You're going to walk away with more than $10 million. The moment you sign the contract, you get a guaranteed $10 million, $10+ million in your pocket. Then you go and price out the units at $574,000 per unit.
That's based off a calculation you use through ChatGPT.
No,
I can't guarantee that that's
Madam
accurate.
Director, I'm very familiar. I just built a 2-family house on North 4th Street not that long ago. It cost me less than $90,000 per unit. And I use all quality materials, granite countertops in every kitchen and every bathroom, and all those units that's being built. Do we have projected, is it granite that's being put in here? Are we getting granite are we gonna have rain shower heads, heated floors in the showers? Because that's what I did for $90,000. So I know what it costs to do this. In New York City, the average build cost is like $375,000 per unit. In Dubai, it's $400,000+ a unit. That's not ChatGPT.
You're talking about
That's
an
me
adaptive
doing research.
reuse of a
Madam
historic
Director.
building that requires certain materials, including on the exterior, the finishes. So, and again, we're comparing apples to oranges.
You could tell that to a novice, but I have more experience in this area. Just because we're talking about, they're not utilizing any historic preservation materials in the interior of the spaces. And there'll probably be little to nothing going on in the exterior because they're not going to be allowed. Maybe the window treatment, that's probably the most expensive thing. Maybe some cobblestone walkways and things of that nature. But, I mean, these are the things that we should have readily available. It should be presented to us. They should be before us. There should be a line of questioning to anybody that's going to come here. Listen, I can't find, there's not one developer that's come in here and has gotten certain provisions, not Penrose, not the one Roisman, none of them. I have tenants calling me from the old Alabama area, which is Heritage, where there's mold that's coming out of the vents. There's been so many different complaints. We have the line of checks and balances has to start right here. If we're not going to hold them accountable from the start, then we're just setting our own residents up for abuse while somebody's making money. Quick case in point, right next door, 13.5. If you go back and you look at their agreement with the city, they're supposed to provide 24-hour security for the duration of their contract. They haven't done it in years. When that building was first built, when we allowed them to renovate that historic site, they had police officers, off-duty police officers that worked that detail. I'm not sure if he was here that long. They haven't done it in 25, 30 years, but it's still in the agreement. It's still in the agreement. So if it's not in the agreement, if they're abusing us for the ones that it's in the agreement, what do we think these guys are going to do that we don't force them to do? We should have ceilings placed on this.
Director.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
That's an enforcement issue, but...
But it's an administrative matter that's being presented by the administration without any... All right. Never mind.
Council
Thank you.
President,
First of all, Madam Clerk, these two items will be on regular.
Council President.
Councilman Mendez, Councilman Velez, and then Councilwoman Cotton. But these items both will be on regular. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. Director, I think that, and we have a lot of questions on the floor, legitimate question on the floor. This is a very ambitious project, 194 units, which I'm in full support. Let me say this in the beginning. I'm in full support. Senior, we always complain that we don't have enough affordable housing in the city, so we got to make up our mind. What are we doing? So that we don't have enough affordable housing, and we're expecting private developer to build project as affordable housing. Private developer, they're not building apartment to be affordable. They're in the real estate business. Now, in the market rate, when we have an opportunity to have 194 units, but let's do it right. And 55 and off, I mean, that's really needed in our community. We all know that. But first of all, Director, this definitely needed a presentation to educate our community, because it's a major project, very beneficial, very needed. So I'm definitely requesting, and we're not late for that, we should have a presentation and bring in the developer here to inform the community about what we're doing, because this is something great. This is a great news, but we got to do it right. We definitely have to do it right. And when Councilman Jackson talk about the type of material, those are all legitimate questions, and they have answer. They had answer, and I'm expecting to have this presentation. I'm looking forward to voter support, but please give us all the information, give us every question that we have, take note and give it to the council members to make sure that they make an informed decision, because this is really needed in our community. I don't think that we have to push this back. We just have to get the information. The projector is there. Bring the developer in front of us. Talk about this project, because this is something needed in our community and it's something great. But when we come to contract and agreement, we got to be mindful. We got to be very careful. Some company developer, once they finish, they hire the management company. And the management company, they start dropping the ball. Like Heritage Place, they promised 24/7 security for that project. And then they went down to 24 hours a week. And now I don't know how many hours they have on security on Heritage Place. And it's not the city's responsibility. It's the management company. It's the developer responsibility. When it comes to maintenance, that's not us. The problem is that once we sign the contract and we let them build the project, they do whatever they want. That's an enforcement problem. We have a lot of those management companies that they start dropping the ball, so the city have to hold them accountable. You cannot blame me, because this is a phenomenal project. I say yes and I approve it, and after that, they have a management company that start just breaking the contract in every word form. That's an enforcement piece. So I hope to see a presentation of this project, because we need affordable housing.
Thank you,
and just to educate our community, when they say on the seats were asked that they're expecting they're requesting 4% federal low-income housing tax credit for the New Jersey Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency. Can you elaborate a little bit for the community what this means in terms of money on the project?
In terms of value, in terms of money, it's $31 million that would come from that funds to support the project. So that would, again, the cost of the project is very expensive. It's $100 million. That would be a portion of the funding that would support the project. And again, it meets the requirements of the Affordable Housing Trust, which is why, they're going after those dollars.
Correct. And the last question that I have, so this project is affordable, but it's going to be based on income for the senior? Or?
It's age restricted, so any individual 55 years or older, income eligible, would be allowed to rent there, yes.
So it's going to be based on income?
Correct.
Okay, so that's another extremely important information for our community. When a project is based on all those details, it's important that we know, but it's important that the public knows as well, because this is going to be very attractive for everybody.
Yes.
Housing is a problem. We have a crisis here in housing. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you,
but I'm expecting the presentation, Director.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. Affordable housing versus low-income housing. That's how I see it. Affordable housing, low income. I'm looking at the description of what they're doing here, and I know we're pitching 55 up. I'm 58. 55 up. And they pitching that, say we need affordable housing for seniors. But then you say 55 up. That's HUD, federal law, now they include seniors, AARP, 55, up. I'm 58. So when we talk about affordable housing, that's what we're doing every, private developers are doing that every day, affordable housing. What I want is low-income housing. It's totally different. Low-income housing. And when I see the description here about what they want to do, they want to do a theater, they want to do business, they want to do a mixed-use property.
It's a mixed-use property.
That's what it says here.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I know, yeah. How many seniors from 65 up, 70 has going to have peace there, right? We look in places that our really seniors, right? Seniors, when I see seniors, and I'm 58 once again. When we look at seniors, 60, 70, probably they want to live in a quiet, peaceful place. That area, the residents in that area are real demanding about quality of life. When they did that presentation, were you working for the city at that time? No, it was Mike Powell.
Right.
Right, but you knew Onyx way before this presentation, correct?
I'm familiar with Blue
Yeah,
Onyx.
right? You're a fan of them, right?
A fan of them.
No, yes, let's be honest.
No, now
You
you're
know,
exaggerating, but
They
okay.
sell it to you, they went to your office, they spoke to you about the project, and that's why you're presenting. You're not lobbying, you're presenting.
I'm presenting a project that would
That's
be
correct.
beneficial
And
to the residents of this community.
I don't feel comfortable of the introduction that you're giving tonight regarding this project. Once again, I will not send, Councilman Jackson, I don't know if you agree with me on this, but I will not send it back to committee. I want them to come and address the whole entire council. You know why? Councilman Jackson just stay. We gotta make, Councilman Mendez just stated that we gotta make them accountable and responsible. The city have to make them accountable and responsible. I want to make them, me as a councilman, accountable and responsible. Let me say me. But if we send this for committee, you're only going to speak to 4 people only. And this is a decision that we're going to take as a council as a whole, and to give the same respect that the other companies that were looking for this type of support came here. Okay, I understand that they went in front of the board, they approved it through the board, whatever, and I respect the decision of the board. But now they're looking for a letter of support for finance. They should come here, bring those beautiful pictures, and trust me, are they going to knock down that building?
No.
No?
It's an adaptive reuse.
Oh, so when they say new construction here, they say here
There is an addition.
So
There is an
they're
addition.
remodeling the building.
Yes.
So it's not a new construction, because for me, the whole walls are old. Historic preservation had a big deal with that building, with Onyx. They didn't want to do this, they didn't want to preserve the historic building. Now, new construction, 100 and...
It still meets the historic preservation guidelines. It has been approved by the historic preservation director.
So,
Yes.
Council President, I know you probably want to leave this in a regular to give the benefit to the owner of this LLC to the same way that they presented to the board for approval for their project, an amendment or whatever they did. They went there in front of the board, they presented beautiful picture, they say, where's the pool, where's the treater, where's the ramp to go to the river walk or whatever, over there they should come here in a workshop and present it to us.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
We're not going to give another blank check to them.
Thank you. These items will be on regular. Thank you, Director.
So you're not going to take my recommendation
We'll see
to
you
Council
next. We'll see you
President?
next.
Do we have,
Thank
do
you.
we have, Council President, do we have in the regular to let them come here and present us
Thank you,
this
Councilman
project?
Velez. Councilwoman Cotton.
I'm sorry, Director, if you may. I know it's only a letter of support. Now, is it two separate projects or is it one project?
No, it's one project, two separate resolutions of support that are needed to, they're two different applications. One is to NJEDA, the other is to NJHMFA.
Oh, so it's going
So
to two
each
different.
requires their own separate resolution of support.
Right. So actually, they're asking for money from two separate
Yes.
entities to build this project. Now, once we do this resolution and we give the letter of support, it's just a matter of the HMFA if they're going to approve it.
Yeah, so
they're not-
it gets submitted, right, it gets submitted to the state, they review, but there's already been conversations because there was an initial application that was submitted based on the prior approval. Again, we're
Right.
just amending the number of units, and that's going back to the state.
Right. So once we do a letter of support, I guess the HMFA, and then you have the economic development. I think it's called FEA.
The EDA,
The
NJEDA.
economic, to see if they're gonna approve the project. The only thing, and I just want to make sure that everyone hears me out there. If even this company here is going down to those two departments to try to get funding for affordable housing, I have heard many times about affordable because affordable in certain areas are different than other areas.
Right.
And so you really need to get on board for affordable. Like you need HUD need to. Sometimes I find that I had a situation on Carroll Street where it took 2 years to get a house taken back from. There was a HUD house. I call them HUD house, meaning the landlord is getting money directly from the federal government to subsidize the rent. So it took like almost 2 years where they went from project-based to tenant-based, meaning each tenant then got that money, and then now they can go anywhere. Now, I hear what Councilman Jackson says about people being evicted, but I say to you, the only one, listen people out there, the only one that can convict you is a judge. They have to sign off. A landlord can't just come up to your door and throw you out your apartment. So it has to be clear. And we have a lady, and I use her every single day across the street, 125, Chanel. I use her every day to fight with landlords who are doing illegal things to tenants and have them to go to 77 Hamilton Street before a judge to say, no, you can't just throw people out. You can't put no lock on no door. So let me just make it one point clear, too. And we're just doing a letter of support for this project. It's just a letter of support. These cities are watching us, and these cities are waiting for us not to do this because they online to go after this money.
Yep.
I want to make it clear.
Yep.
They're looking at us right now, and they're waiting. Because as soon as we don't agree to this, just a support letter, that's all it is. This is what they're asking this company to do. There's some cities out there waiting to come in here. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
So thank
Council
you,
President.
thank you, Director. Councilman Jackson?
So,
Council President.
Councilwoman Cotton,
Okay.
I beg to differ. The Mount Laurel agreement, no other city, what other city you see development going on the way you see it going on here in Paterson? Name other city. I'll go drive by it. And not one of those cities is allowing themselves to be abused. Not Trenton, not Newark, not Camden, not one of those cities is allowing themselves to be abused the way Paterson has been abused over the last 10 years. The amount of discretion, and then, and now we got this next item to come forward. Listen, just today, I'm on the phone with the chief as he has to charge a landlord for illegally discarding of a young woman's property. Just today. So this is a common thing in Paterson where people are being evicted. Everybody knows that you have to be evicted by a judge. That's not the point. The point that we're talking about here is affordability. The point that we're talking about is profit sharing. When we bring in developers, we should force them to have the profit share with the community. We should be looking at their projections, and if they're making millions of dollars, first of all, he's getting a major concession. Almost 75% of his project is not even his money. It's government money that he's using to then come back in here and then abuse the people who need the most protection for. And this council, this is where our job is. First of all, even with our appointments in the Housing Authority. Housing Authority has totally dropped the ball when it comes to providing. That's where affordable housing is supposed to come from. We're allowing for all of these developers to come in here, utilize all the funding, the outside funding, the state funding, the free money, and then they're making a great deal of money off of it. But anyway. Thank
you, Councilman Jackson. So as I stated, Madam Clerk, these two items will be on regular. Health and Human Services, if you'll come up. I just want to put this on the record. 2 weeks ago, we had 2 letters of support that was not totally affordable housing. There was no questioning. Nobody said a word. They didn't. We just voted on it at the last meeting. No one said. It just amazes me, and I don't mind lines of questioning, but 2 letters of support, and those items were not. I get calls, and I think every council member gets called for people that are looking for affordable housing. That is a very great point of contention in the community. It just amazes me. 2 weeks ago, and I'm going to ask the council people to go back to your items of agenda that you approved. This council approved it. You didn't say one word. You didn't ask a question. You didn't say anything. And I'm not saying don't ask questions, but please, to our Madam Clerk or Secretary, please send those items to all council members. We have to make sure if this is the concern about letters of support for these type of projects, please send that out so we can question all of these entities, not this one or that one. We got to question everybody because it was just on the agenda. When we approved the last agenda.
It was a $110 million project?
It was more than that.
What project are you talking about?
It was more than that, and we approved it.
What project are you talking about?
Well, you'll get it.
What's the title? What's the title of that one?
I'll make sure the clerk sends it to everybody.
No, I want to do it in public because I don't recall that we.
Councilman, it just was done. So to our director, she's shaking her head. Director, please send that information out. That is not on the agenda, but I want you to send it out. She will do that. Items that we're talking about now is item 23 and item number 30.
Council President.
Director.
Council President.
Director.
Let's set the record clear. I believe that project was to support that we needed. And the private developer was going to put the money.
Congrats.
Okay.
No, that was not.
Not asking for $110 million to the state or whatever, and then come back. And then let me tell you what's going to happen. I seen it in another project in the 5th Ward in the river section of the Riverside on the Great Falls. This motivate me. Oh, the director left. The director, this motivate me to review back all those supporter letters and the project that was finished to see how many seniors are in this apartment, how much they have vouchers from Section 8, and how much of those apartments are market rent.
Thank you, Councilman.
I will be curious to see.
Thank you, Councilman Blas.
Even the parking authority is getting the benefit for the parking. I want to see now they promoting another building for veterans, okay? And I agree the title for veterans, but after it's constructed, they're using the word affordable or low income, and it don't match when they go and rent. And not only that, the requirement of it. If your income is lower or up, I don't see the benefit on it. We giving the letter just to satisfy them. I know it's election time, okay, and people want to be friends, but we want to do the right thing, Director.
Now that could be true.
And Council President, to give the benefit of the doubt to see if this individual comes here and present it, and give it the respect that he gave to the board to get the approval of this project, to come here
So
and
next-
present it in front of us.
So next
You know,
week,
I know
Councilman-
you got the votes, but I just want to make my loud and clear that it's disrespectful that the individual looking for support for their project don't even come here, had to use a director to present the intent to invest in a project.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Director, items 23 and 30, and I'm really excited about item 30. We've been talking about the smoke shops and the ordinance to put some parameters in place. So let's talk about 23 first, and then we'll go into, sponsored by Council Vice President Davila and myself, the smoke shop ordinance. So let's do 23 first, and then we'll do item 23 to regulate the smoke shops
Thank you,
in the
Council
city of
President.
Paterson. Director?
Item number 23 is a resolution authorizing the First Amendment to the MOU with the Cities for Financial Empowerment. As this honorable council knows, we are the only financial empowerment center in the state of New Jersey. This MOU amendment is for us to now start offering legacy planning. The CFE, because of the performance of our Financial Empowerment Center, offered us the opportunity to start offering this, and they are giving us $50,000 so that we can start implementing financial legacy planning, which is assisting individuals, Paterson residents, to get their assets ready as they are getting older, medical proxies, wills, powers of attorneys, etc.
Thank you.
No.
Councilman Jackson?
I apologize, Director. I didn't hear nothing you said. I didn't hear anything you said,
okay.
but nothing here is going on consent. Listen, and you're going to take the grunt of this. I'm sorry. 777
Okay, my attorney's
McCarter
watching.
Highway. This is not for you.
Okay.
It's going to go through you to the public. You're the pass-through. Brother Keys, 777 McCarter Highway. A brand-new build from ground up. Parking, retail, Shaquille O'Neal's the partner. 777 McCarter Highway. Because, I mean, I guess you shouldn't be using ChatGPT. 33 stories. 33 stories, right? Let's just say on average, if they had 10 units per story, right? Over 300 units. $190 million, right? For luxury apartments. We're talking about $111 million for a refurbished old factory building, right? Refurbishing an old factory building for 190-something units. You can't make this up. I apologize, Director. And I'm upset that she left, but she'll get that, I guess, on the replay. Can you please repeat what you were talking about?
Item 23 is a resolution authorizing the First Amendment to the MOU with the Cities for Financial Empowerment. As you know, we have a partnership with a nonprofit with the NJCDC where we host a financial empowerment center. We're the only one in the state of New Jersey. When it first started in 2021, we were giving seed money, $250,000. This is an amendment where they're giving us an additional $50,000 so we can now offer legacy planning, which is, as I mentioned, medical proxies, wills, powers of attorneys, and helping residents of Paterson get their assets together, their life insurance beneficiaries updated, power of attorneys at the bank updated. Some don't have any of that, so they will expertly guide residents on how to get all of these affairs in order.
So how much of the $250,000 that was given to us previously has been expended?
All of it.
We've exhausted all of it.
This is our second nonprofit, so all of the money goes through to the nonprofit so that they pay for salaries and benefits and.
Where's the reports of the individuals that we helped?
We have reports. Yes, I can submit you the.
Are they here?
I have a copy. If I would give it to Madam Clerk, she'll give you the year to date. Some data points. We've helped individuals reduce their debt by $1.3 million in the last year to date, as of today. You can make copies. I'm sorry.
You only got one copy?
Last year, we
You only got one
served-
copy, Director?
I'm sorry?
You only have one copy?
I'm sorry, I brought these for my notes, but the clerk can
Oh,
provide you
she's making
copies.
copies, okay. See,
So far this year, we have exceeded the goal that the CFE has established for the Financial Empowerment Center, 161% of the goal. Their goal is 500 people. We've served, at this point, 805 individuals year to date.
805 individuals.
Yes.
What have we done for those 805 individuals?
We've helped them establish credit. We've helped them reduce debt. We've helped them obtain mortgages. We've helped them get out of bad debt. Everything that the Financial Empowerment Center
How
has
many
built.
mortgages have we helped obtain?
From this program,
Yeah.
about 5 individuals have obtained homes.
500 individuals we've helped them?
5 individuals.
Oh, 5 individuals.
Yes.
We've helped them obtain mortgages.
Correct.
And how did we do that?
We helped them establish credit or build their credit, build their savings, get rid of bad debt, and then we connect them with programs through banks or other financial institutions that offer first-time home buyer opportunities so that they can then purchase a home.
So out of 800 recipients of this help service, we've helped...
This year, 805, yes.
805?
This year so far, yes.
This year. We have, and the 5 mortgages that we've helped with, that's this year as well, that's the duration,
That's in the last 2 years.
last 2 years? Where's this data at, though? I want to see the data. I want to see the individuals that we've helped. Honestly, Director, it's really not you. I would say I have about a pretty high percentage of trust in your performance, and you've been very helpful, but I have limited. The only reason that I could look to the right now is because Mr. Savalas, who's very well respected, but other than that, there's zero confidence. And the mayor, who just made another robocall today, which, by the way, Mr. Savalas, I still have not been shown how we're paying for all these robocalls. Where's that money coming from? I mean, we're making robocalls and we're making statements of success that are just really falsehoods.
I will tell you that for the financial empowerment, this is fact-checked by CFE. This is CFE's big brother.
I don't trust them either. I want to see it for myself.
Well, they're the ones who fund it, and they say we're the top 5 in the country.
When I went to the state of a city address at the NJ PAC, you know what he did? He pulled all those recipients up on stage with him. All the recipients so we could see them. We're hiding it. We want to redact information. We're putting numbers up, right, that don't have any face or any, correlation to physical family value.
There is a confidentiality agreement. Individuals must authorize us to put their information forward. So the individuals that we can share their stories, we have shared their stories. At the recent gala for NJCDC.
It's not a public document. We go into closed session all the time to share confidential information. Sharing it with the body.
Part of our agreement with CFE is there is a confidentiality clause. We can't, for example, when we did our guaranteed income program, we could not contact the individuals from this program directly with guaranteed income information.
This is not guaranteed income.
I'm just giving you an example that I cannot just give you people's information.
That's an example of something that's unrelated. This is a program that individuals are coming to a
nonprofit,
a physical location. You're telling me that all these individuals that register with this program, no one in the administration has their information?
The
Is that what
information
we're claiming?
is kept through software programs. We can pull reports with the nonprofit, the NJCDC. The software that we use, this is part of the MOU with CFE, it is proprietary to CFE. We can give you how many people, what the reduction of debt was, how many accounts were opened, how many people reduced their debt, how many people bought homes, but in that order and just general numbers. We cannot give you specific to individuals. Just at the NJCDC gala 2 weeks ago,
honestly, I mean, I don't. I want to see. I want to be. I'm a tangible person. I need to be able to see it, feel it, and I want to know. I mean, listen. Never mind. I mean, I trust your prospective director, but I need to see this stuff. I need to see the impact. Like,
I'd be more
I'm
than
on the
happy to
phone with
schedule
you.
a tour
I'm on
with
the
the
phone with you with
NJCDC for you.
individuals, and just to be clear, this same person that you've been helping for quite some time, who's been illegally evicted. I mean, she would be a perfect recipient for somebody to say, "Hey, you know what? We're grant funded. Why don't I lend some assistance? You've lost everything, no car, no et cetera. We're trying to make sure that your life can go in the right direction." I mean, I've had maybe half a dozen calls with you just this month alone. So we
The
have
first step would get that individual
could utilize
stably
the
housed,
service,
Councilman.
I'm sorry?
That individual needs to be stably housed first, and then she can take advantage of these programs. But you need a roof over your head so that you can then put all your other affairs in order.
Council President.
I understand that, Director. The point that I'm making is we have individuals that are in need that are asking, and I see them, but I don't know who's being served, who's actually benefiting. This, even from a standpoint of bringing them forward to congratulate their success in completing the program. Anyway, I got it.
We have an individual that came through the program and opened a business in the first ward, Kirsty Baez.
Yes.
we take you to her laundromat in the first ward.
Council
Yes.
President.
Council President, I have first.
Her
Council
information
President, I have
wasn't
not had-
confidential?
She has
She was
been
just honored.
forward. She was just honored at the NJCDC Gala.
Yes,
Council President.
Her
And
information
she's
wasn't
given us permission
confidential?
to share her story,
She has
yes.
to sign a
she made
I'm sorry?
a waiver.
And she has
to
given us
share.
permission to share her story.
waiver.
All right.
This item is going to go on regular, Councilman Velez, and then Council Vice
Thank
President.
you.
It will go on regular, Madam Clerk.
Director,
Yes, sir.
thank you for your service, like always. So this data that you gave us here, right? This is only 1 year?
That sheet you just pointed out was the last to report 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago?
Which
Okay.
the program manager sent
so
out to the mayor and myself.
You just stated that since the program had been open, 805 clients have been,
No, sir. This year to date, 805 individuals have been served for 2025, year to date.
so they don't consider clients?
Well,
Individuals?
we
okay.
call them individuals.
All right.
Yes.
So this year, since the program opened, 805, right?
Yes.
And the program opened in 2023, 22, 23?
In 2021, it was launched with the United Way of Passaic County.
Correct.
When I came on board, we did an RFP again, and we awarded it to NJCDC.
NJCDC. And only 5 people have obtained, like you say, home ownership, right? I see here in your data that Mayor Henry referred 12. Are those 5 are from that 12 that he referred?
No, sir.
Oh, no, that's a valid question, because you have 63 clients. I'm using the same word you say.
We keep track of the mayor's referrals on that report for
you what?
reporting purposes, but
What was that?
we keep track of the mayor's referrals on that report just for tracking purposes.
You say you cannot disclose no personal information, and I
Correct.
respect that. But can you give me a report of, for example, ethnicity, for example, age range?
We have demographic breakdown. yes.
Okay, yes. And, for example, from that amount of people, how many come from the first ward, second ward, third ward, fourth ward, fifth ward?
We may not break by addresses. We may not be able to.
So
break
can you
that.
speak to IT, and IT will
The
let you know
software is
that-
not owned by
Oh,
the
don't
city.
go
It
there?
is owned by the CFE. They don't. It's Paterson residents.
Okay, so is Paterson resident?
100%.
100%. So can you give me the age range? How many?
We can get age.
All those, but you cannot give me the ward part. But you know that the person that give you permission to talk about his testimony comes from the first ward.
Yes.
Okay, but you cannot give me a range.
When the data is
10.
input and individuals file an application, they do not put it in by wards. It's put in by address.
How many people the mayor recruit or attract? And let me say this: the other day they was giving bags of food on the road, and there was 2 cones, a line of cars, and I observed the mayor giving the empowerment center card to participate. And it's hard. You're going to struggle. You don't have food in your home. You don't know where you're going. It's cold, whatever. But the mayor, instead of giving a debit card, is giving a card to say, empower yourself financially. In other words, it's a slap in the face. You should not be here. You should empower yourself financially. But that's the message that really
But if
people...
you're
no, hold on. This is me looking at the situation.
Your observation, okay.
And people saying to him, what is this? I'm struggling, and you telling me to go empower myself, and you know what they did? They throw the car back. They had to make sure when time sensitive and things are bad in the city, they need to learn when to go and promote things, because you slapping in the face, they almost drowning. Here, instead of giving them a rope to come out, here's a car for you could go and empower yourself financially. It's like no match, right? And people looking for food or whatever, instead of giving a debit card, here, empower yourself with this debit card, and after you leave here with this 2 bag, go to the supermarket. Council President, you know, it's like, okay, what? Okay, no. So it's okay to say okay to everything. This is the problem that the city of Paterson has right now. When you start bringing out things that you get sick and tired, right? And then you start saying things, now hold on, Luis Velez, we have to stop him. Control that guy. He's crazy. He don't know what he's talking about. And then the mayor don't use himself. He sent people to stop me. And I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. And when you think on my far right, okay, think that I'm not making sense, people looking out there, who's not making sense? So, thank you, Council President. Thank you, Director.
Thank you. We're going to go to your next item. Council Vice President, please, let's go to smoke shops.
Thank you so much, Council President. I have not spoken all night, and I hope that the clerk did share that I was in the hospital, so that is why I came late today. First, I want to start by thanking you, Director. The work that you're doing, and I've been witness myself, I get the same phone calls as Councilman Jackson, and you pick up, you answer, and you provide resources that are available for our constituency. When it comes to this item, I would think that someone would say how great it is to be able to empower people. That's what we're supposed to do. We need to show people how to fish, not give them the fish. Let's show people how to fish. So something like this, I so look forward to it, because it was a program like this, and it was an individual who said, let me help you, empower you to fix your credit, to be able to do things. These programs work. To question and to say people are hungry and tossing cards, that is someone that unfortunately really is not thinking about the future. It's someone that for right now, they just want instant gratification, okay? So that is why I wanted to speak, Council President, because these programs work. I do understand what Councilman Jackson is requesting, right? But I also understand the other side, that the only time that that you can mention someone's name or highlight is if they give that permission and that waiver to do so. There are people that don't. There are people that don't want to say that they had a 500 credit score, okay, and that it took them years, and that they were, 80, 100,000, 200,000 in debt. But there are people that say, you know what, I got out of it, so I'm going to be your poster person. So again, you want to make this about the mayor? This is not about the mayor. Unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to put it, it's under his leadership. And yes, the mayor goes everywhere with his little stack, everywhere he goes, talking about this and giving these flyers out and giving cards. That's what we're supposed to do. So when there's a young lady who is in need, right, we are the resource. We're supposed to say, here, you know what, let's get you to someone to talk. If the person says yes, great. If they don't, that's okay too. That's on the individual. So I just wanted to say those few words, and I also just wanted to say, Council President, I know I got here late. I don't know if there was any congratulations, but I just want to say thank you, Paterson. Thank you, Paterson. I got the numbers here.
Not yet. We'll do that in a minute.
I got the numbers here.
We'll do that in a
I'm
minute.
not going to go over. I just wanted to say thank you, Paterson. Thank you, New Jersey. Thank you.
Council President.
Can you do your smoke shop? Oh, Councilman Odin?
Yes, we're going to do the
Yeah, so,
the second item.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilman.
Is it my floor, Council President? All right, thank you very much. So, Director, thank you for being here, and let me just take you back. It's about a year ago or so when I saw that the smoking shops growing everywhere, like groceries. What topic are you talking about?
On financial empowerment. So you're going to the next one?
So you just said about smoke shop to
Right, we haven't started it yet. We're just
Okay,
finishing this.
all right.
So I'll call you. So the next item, sorry, Councilman Udine. So item number 38 is a first reading. It's an ordinance amending the zoning and land development ordinance of the city of Paterson to provide, it's an ordinance creating chapter 421, item 39, article 3 of the Paterson Code to be entitled Smoke Shops and Tobacco Stores. This item has been going through for about 2 years.
A little more.
A little over 2 years.
Even Councilman Velez, a few years ago, sent an email saying, hey, we got to do something.
So Councilman Velez said, let's do something. In Health and Human Services, Finance, Public Safety, we've been working on it for 2.5 years. So can you just give a brief overview of the ordinance that we're putting in place to put some parameters around the smoke shops? Director, and then when discussion, Councilman Udine. Director.
So the ordinance is establishing a license that we currently do not have for smoke shops and stores who sell tobaccos. Right now, the city of Paterson has very little enforcement power, and we really have no revenue from any of these smoke shops and tobacco stores, and we're limited with resources to be able to go into these places and hold them accountable for violating federal or state laws or local ordinances. So this covers all bases. I know that legal worked very hard on this, so I want to thank Ben David through the leadership of Corporation Counsel for spending all those hours with us in committee and entertaining the back and forth from my health officer and our chief REHS. Yes. So the health experts within the department, Dr. Prasad and Robert Saw, reviewed federal and state law, put in all the edits. I know that there was some work also happening through economic development. We worked together, we merged both versions of this ordinance, and what you have before you is the end result, where we will now have not only enforcement power, but also an ordinance that gives us teeth, an ordinance with teeth to be able to stop these flavored vapes from being in our community, which are getting into the hands of individuals under 21, and a lot of other products that have chemicals in them that are in violation of state and federal law. So if you have any questions, I'm here. Unfortunately, Dr. Prasad is on vacation, so he cannot be here this evening, but if there are any questions that he should answer, I will get it to him and get you a written response.
So right before Councilman Udine, I just want to thank, because this took a lot of committee work. It's not something that you can do overnight, so it took reaching out to our state legislators, talking to the health department, our public health director, public safety director, and various committees, economic development, and I'm glad that instead of just putting something forward that will not have any validity, that it went through all the necessary channels, and now it's at this step. Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Council President. So let me just take you back when Councilman Velez has a presentation on this topic. After this, I had a presentation with other research-based presentation by COPE, Partnership for Success from Montclair University. That was the first one I presented here in the council. regarding the growing smoke shops, vaping products in our teenagers' hands, and how can we limit that and make sure that we have licensing process. I have and my team provided a draft over to the Corporation Council. Corporation Council also took a look and he came up with a draft as well. Second time, we had another community-based presentation here in the council meeting regarding this item. And you all know this is a very recent one. And then Corporation Council said we are going to have an ordinance that actually covers the smoke shop that's growing every single corner of the city, like groceries. And I'm glad to see this on the paper today. Now, the part that I want to mention that this is over a year that we are working on this with the community members, different organization, Co-Partnership for Success, Raheem Small's organization, I forgot the name, my volunteers, interns that were presenting here, making their voice and their experiences to see that how teenagers getting products in their hand. Now, when I see this item here in the council, sponsored by council president and vice president, I'm just looking forward to get the answer that is it by mistake or where is my original paper? And I want Corporation Council to speak on this before I give it to the council members. Corporation Council, would you please, can you please reflect one more time that where this idea and where this original recommendation came from and how come I am not included that ordinance that I'm working closely for last over a year? Corporation Council.
So right before Corporation Council speaks, let me make, okay, Corporation Council. No. Yeah. So before Corporation Council speaks, let me be clear. This item the process started for this item 2.5 years ago. While we appreciate the additional dialogue which happened more recently, I stated even then this item was already being worked on in workshop. It's not excluded anyone. The reason why it had not come forward, and I know Councilman Udine, you wanted it to come forward, I had stated in that meeting when all of the young people were here, I spoke to Mr. Smallwood privately, who brought a lot of our youth here, and we appreciate it, and I stated to him, we had to wait to get the green light from all of these entities, because just putting forth an ordinance that has no teeth, no validity, is not going to be enforced, it would be a waste of paper. And for 2.5 years, we've been doing hard work behind the scenes. This didn't, I mean, you just presented something probably a year ago, but this has been in the works for 2.5 years. So that's why you see our names on it, on the item, because it's been worked on that long. It doesn't take away from anything that other people presented, but we have to be clear. Councilman Velez, that's why we stated tonight, he made the request, something has to be done. So, okay, something is being done now. We took it from what Councilman Velez said, we've been working on it for 2.5 years, and now it's presented. So, to me, it's not a question of who gets the credit or whatever, it's about. So, Corporation Council, if you can add, and then Councilman Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Council President. So, you are correct, this is a collaborative effort. I will note that you and Councilwoman Davila, as well as Councilwoman Cotton, had brought it up, but and discussed it previously. But I will also note that Councilman Udine provided substantial assistance in this as well, provided several drafts, provided several suggestions, and so I do want to make that record clear. In terms of obviously who ultimately passes this, it is the council. And it's being workshopped now after going through committees and various suggestions so that additional council people may provide input.
And we're open to co-sponsor. If anyone wants to be a co-sponsor, we'll happily add Velez, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilman Udine. If you want to be a co-sponsor, that we're very open to that. Councilman Jackson first. Councilman Jackson?
He had another concern before.
You there, Councilman?
I'm just curious, Councilman, like, is your accusation that your legislation was plagiarized?
I kind of saying that, Councilman. Thank you for.
Talking about the title.
Thank you very much. So,
are there items in the actual legislation that mirror what you presented?
Council President, can I take the floor?
Councilman Oden?
Thank you very much. So, yes, Councilman. So what I'm saying is the draft that is even, which one is right now, is very close to the one that we drafted. And we drafted multiple times following the state legislation as well. If I bring Councilman Velez's name, my first presentation was included with Councilman Velez as well. When he did year before, nothing happened. Councilman and I had conversation, and we actually brought back the same group of people that worked with Councilman Velez. Am I correct, Councilman? I want Councilman to state on this, that where it came from. Now, and I wanted to just present it here, and I don't want to, and this is not my quality to disrespect anybody. When even the certain council members reach out to those individuals and organization, when they recommended to bring me to the meeting, some of our council colleagues said, well, you don't need to bring Councilman Udine there. Just know this. I don't want to bring that topic here. It's not about taking credit. It's something very essential, very important for our children and for our city. I want it to move forward. However, it's very disgraceful that this is presented in certain way where Councilman Velez or myself is not even included to it.
Well, Councilman, I'm just, for a point of clarity, I'm trying to understand this. Is what's being presented favorable or a document that would sufficiently support what the agenda is for the item? Yes. Or is it lacking in some sort of way? Is it lacking something that you view here that would add validity, strength, teeth, or anything else? Is the document sufficient or is it not sufficient?
Council President.
Council President, is not sufficient.
Well,
Councilman Oden?
Well, Councilman, few pieces are missing here. Few pieces are missing, including, which is the major part was that there should be a cap, how many maximum smoke shop can take place around the city. That's one thing is completely missing on this ordinance.
So I'll just rest it here, because I want to understand what your actual gripe is, because you didn't move to make an amendment, or you didn't bring up the fact that there was.
I understand, Councilman. Yeah.
There's a deficiency. I'm trying to understand. Are you more concerned about you being a sponsor, or are you more concerned about us providing legislation that's beneficial to the community?
Well, both. I used to say both because, first of all, when I'm fighting for last over a year, and when community members included to it, if it shows, then I should be included to it, and I should have a say to it. Yes, I want to put recommendation on what else should be added or not. I definitely want to do this. But when you are working on a project for years, for consistently, and you show the final result where you are not included to it, it's just taking away something there that's very close to your heart. That's exactly what's taking place. So it's both, Councilman.
I'm trying to understand, Councilman, because I mean it's very simple. If the item is deficient, make a suggestion. I'm probably one of the only persons. I don't care. I'm not fighting to get my name on the move. Second, I don't need to be a sponsor. If it's a benefit,
that's you, Councilman.
But I can tell you this. It may be me, but I could tell you this. There's a definite failure in the community. Like when we go outside in the community, when there's a family that burns in the house, that there's illegal construction, when I'm going through neighborhoods and there's all kinds of deficiencies going, when we see illegal storefronts and operations, we're, as a council, my big issue is we're more concerned with getting our names placed on legislation than what's actually taking place in the community. When you go outside, it's not reflective of, I'm the one who brought this forward, I'm the one who wrote it, who prescribed it. If we're ever gonna be effective and move things forward, I mean, make an amendment.
Right, Councilman.
Because listen, at any point in time, if any argument that I bring forward,
right,
you feel is inadequate or presumed not to be validate it, please. I welcome you to challenge me on that. But I'm saying tonight, like, your concern is to get your name on, because you can easily say, hey, can I be added to the legislation? Corporation Counsel just said you
could be a co-sponsor.
You contributed to it. So do you want it to be in your name only, or like, I'm just trying to understand. Like,
Councilman, you are a man of kind nature. I like that. But here's the thing that I want to bring one more time to the light. That you were working on a project for a year consistently with a team. And you just, even last meeting, I was fighting for it. Because I brought it to the last workshop, it was removed. Councilman, what I'm trying to say is, it's not about just putting name into it, it's just to see the result of your own action. You cannot just say, you should be kind enough to just give away something that you're working for over a year.
So
Councilman, if you just, let me finish it, since you said it. It's not about just taking credit of something, it's about that the project you're working on, you want to see that finally it came to the fulfillment. That's exactly what I'm trying to say.
Let me just finalize with this, Council President. Just as an example, I fought extremely hard for Buckley Park when I got elected. We spent $140 million on a trailer. Everyone went down the line. I was adamant. I was banging my head against his desk. Certain council members, oh, it's going to beautify the neighborhood. It's going to be fantastic. That $140 million, whatever it was, $1 million is, oh, 1.4, I'm sorry, $1.4 million is still sitting there rotting and wasting. The next year, Abdelaziz gets elected. He worked something with the administration. They moved some money around. It was something that I was fighting for the year before. I don't care who wins it. If the community now gets to utilize it, you could put, he still brags about, oh, I came here to get it. It's what I fought for years.
Councilman,
if the things that I fight for, if the things that I'm fighting for are being delivered, what I'm talking about is our blatant disregard for the things that we're not getting.
You are the gentleman.
Why are you interrupting me? I didn't interrupt you.
Right.
Okay.
What the things that we're not getting, like when I'm looking up here, that developers in Jersey City were forced to build schools when they're given allowances to build in the community. When Shack builds a building with 34 stories, 370 units for $190 million, and we're now allowing developers, see, those are the things I can see making a fuss, but you're sitting here making a fuss because your name is not on the legislation, but you're saying you fought for the item and it's being delivered. So I'm just trying to understand the logic so that...
Council President?
One second, Councilman Uden. So let me just interject.
Please.
Because I don't like anything that's stated that's inaccurate. The Health and Human Services has 4 members of that committee. And when there was a meeting, Councilman Uden, you were invited to the meeting, and you did not show up. So you're stating that we were doing stuff, we without you knowing, which we started a whole year before you even got involved. Now, we're open to allow you to become a co-sponsor, but you stated that you were not in these conversations, and we openly made sure one committee member would not be present to allow you to come to the meeting, and you didn't show up. But for me, I just want to move forward.
Can we just put his name on the piece?
He will be a co-sponsor. Co-sponsor.
He should be a sponsor.
No, he will not be a sponsor.
Why not?
We did the work for 2 years, 2.5 years.
He worked too. He wants his name on the legislation.
Co-sponsor.
Council President,
Council President.
Councilman Mendez wants to be a co-sponsor.
No, I'm not.
Let him be a sponsor.
One second. Madam Clerk.
Council President, please.
May I have
One second. Council members, Madam Clerk, please add Councilman Uden, Councilman Velez, and Councilman McCotton as...
No.
Okay, Councilman Uden and Councilman McCotton as co-sponsors.
I will get add if you
As
allow me to
co-sponsors.
speak
Council
first.
President, just give me a second.
As council co-sponsors.
If you allow me to speak something, because
Yes.
there's something missing here. okay?
Councilman Velez and then Councilman
Thank you,
Mendez.
Council President. So let me clear the atmosphere here with this ordinance. When we started all this, the main concern was we say we had to do something, is because smoke shop was popping up everywhere in the city of Paterson.
How long ago was that?
There was no zoning regulation on them.
Yes.
I still don't see it here, okay? First of all, license for tobacco selling or whatever is regulated by the state. It's enforced by ABC or narcotics or whatever that we have in the city of Paterson. They've been doing a good job. They've been going to these places, surprised. They be seeing a lot of stuff, and they even close the business down and they arrest people. They've been doing the job. Police are doing the police job. Now, what I'm concerned here is, this is a ordinance that really is good, but don't have no teeth. Have no teeth. Let me say why. This is only to certify that they're going to have a license by the municipal government. Beside that, they are regulated by the state. They had to pay the license by the state. They had to pay taxes to the state. But now, we're going to impose a license for them. Not only that, the director just said that it's going to be inspected by health inspectors. Let's be the scenario that one of those inspector goes inspect one of those smoke shop and find bag of illegal weed in there. Who they gonna call?
Ghostbusters.
They're gonna call Paul Bassat? Are they gonna call the supervisor of inspectors, health inspector?
Yeah, director.
No, hold on. I'm giving the scenario. You could answer that. So here comes an inspection of you selling this with brand. It has a tax on cigarettes are taxed, okay. The state allow you to sell some kind of flavored tobacco, whatever, okay. They go in there, the owner had to pay $1,500, $1,200 for a license, and they have to be subject to health inspectors. Now, they go to the place, they go in, they act like cops. We came to inspect. They found cocaine, marijuana, all that stuff in there. You put in liability on those inspectors because they find illegal drugs there. At the time, probably the officers are tied up in an arrest, drug arrest, or whatever. Is a liability for that inspector. That's one. Second, I want to amend this. I want to amend this ordinance on the floor. I don't know if you guys are going to agree to have teeth on it. Because initially, of the whole thing that we request, and I request, is that, and Councilwoman Ruby was concerned also, that smoke shop was popping up everywhere. I want to amend this ordinance, if it's possible, that do not open smoke shop if they don't have 5 feet from the other. Okay, 500 feet from the other. Okay, distance to open one smoke shop from the other. Not open smoke shop around school workshops, faith, churches. That will be good to put in this ordinance to amend that that cannot be open around schools, around house of workshop. And the other one that we could amend, if not, you could send this back to committee to amend, not open establishment in mixed-use property. For example, the main complaint I have from people opening a smoke shop is that in the top, you have seniors living, you have residents, kids, or whatever, and the odor that comes from the smoke shop invaded the whole building. So that is, if illegal could, if this don't have a rush, I know you did a hard work on it. If we could put those amendment in this ordinance, I will be happy. The same way I did with cannabis. Cannabis, I took it like it was drinking in public. Corporation Council helped me to look into the law, and nobody could be smoking cannabis inside a park or in public area, even in sidewalks or whatever, public, so, and have been reduced. I see a lot of people not doing it. So if we put that amendment in the resolution, in this ordinance, it will have teeth. it will have teeth because people will look into the business district to open a
Council
business. They will come to downtown, look for places in the business district and open it with no problem. But when you see that I have 12 schools and you have 3 smoke shops around those schools, you know, I have a problem. When you have a house of worship that they trying to worship God and they cannot even open their mouth because the odor of that smoke shop goes into their churches, I have a problem.
So, Councilman, are you putting an amendment on the floor?
The good thing is here in this ordinance is that they would just want to open a problem only to implement a license that's going to cost $1,200.
So, Councilman,
They don't
I
have
heard
no
you.
teeth.
I heard
open
you
a
say.
smoke shop, whatever you want, and it's not addressing the concern that those kids had. It's not addressing the concern that we had. It's not addressing the zoning for those workshops to open. Those smoke shops.
So, Councilman Velez, I heard a motion. Are you placing that motion?
I
on
put
the-
it as a motion. If you want, you could send this back to your committee and look
Okay,
at.
so I will state this.
Tell legal to put it in the resolution.
So there is a motion on the floor.
Second.
So, council members, there's a motion and a second on the floor.
We're not taking vote on it. We just recommended to put it.
Recommend. It's not voting.
The motion and the second on the floor to amend. We need the correct language, Councilman.
So
One
we have the director in front of us. I know that Councilman said that it didn't have teeth, but it really
Councilman,
does.
can
And
I-
like what you're saying, and I
question of the floor.
agree.
No.
Council President, you are not controlling the meeting.
One second, Councilman Vice President.
Ask the director.
You're asking for an amendment for what,
add.
Councilman?
To add that no smoke shop should be open from 500 one from the other.
But we're not voting on this
close to it.
Moving forward, you know you
Yeah.
can't do that, Councilman, right?
What?
That right now, moving forward, absolutely, but right now, like we even talked in committee that we didn't want to give any more smoke shops. We don't
So
need
where
any more
it
smoke
says
shops. We
here,
have
where it
plenty.
says here, where's the cap? First of all, he don't have the
That-
data how many
Council-
smoke
Council
shops.
President, Council President.
Councilman Velez.
So first of all, Council President, first of all, to be able
There's
to
no
say
cap.
we don't want no more, we have to have a data how many we have.
A whole bunch.
Oh, no, a bunch of, it's like the.
Prospect Park.
So
Yeah,
one-
I know.
Two and that's it.
So this is what I'm saying.
Point
So-
of order.
That's
But
not
they have an
necessarily,
ordinance.
Point
that's
of
not
order.
true, Council President,
Right.
Councilman.
One second, Councilman Jackson.
So from this point on, no more
What?
smoke shop. Okay, so amend it like that way.
One second, Councilman Velez, because you're talking a lot. I just need to understand. I'm trying to understand. You're asking to amend what? What are the areas or to
Okay.
add? What are you looking
No,
to add?
At the adoption of this ordinance, no more license for, a smoke shop license should be honored in the city of Paterson is one, when this will get adopted.
Yes.
I don't know how many people are going to sue us for that, but that's okay. You know,
But
are we going to scare, this
Council
is
President.
the thing. We cannot scare business to
Council-
open here in the city
Council
of Paterson.
President.
That's why we have to be careful to restrict the smoke shop. What I'm saying
Councilman.
is to regulate
Velez.
the smoke
Council
shop.
President.
Is a little
One
different.
second, Councilman Velez has the floor.
I just want him to look
one
at me.
thing, I don't want to restrict opening smoke shops. I want to regulate where they're going to open. It's so different.
I wanna
So-
restrict.
So that should be not opening smoke shop if they 500 from one to the other, okay? Except the business district, they cannot be opening in residential area that has mixed use, that has residential in the top, okay? We got to grandfather the one that open now, right? But we cannot open one next to another one that has residential in the top, and the other one is not open approximately whether it's a school or a workshop.
Well, that's already state law.
I'm going to highlight them next
So,
week.
okay, so these are the things you're asking for? So, that's what you're asking for?
Legal, do you got it?
Corporation Council. Sorry, Madam Clerk.
Corporation Council.
Sorry, Madam President.
Yes, thank you, Council President. I understand some of the proposed amendments. I will just note that some of the proposed amendments may implicate zoning and planning and require a referral to the planning board for their review. To the extent that the council wishes to make these amendments, of course, we will look into it. we will look into what the process is, whether it needs to go through planning and zoning, referral and approval, and back to council. We just respectfully request that an itemized list of what the amendments are and/or it go back to work to committee so that those items can be suggested in the committee and we can take it from
So
there.
legal, so we could do this, right? Let's move forward with this one, and we could do the amendment down the road after the planning or zoning look into the recommendation, right?
So
Council
that's
President.
what, that was, so that's why this is put forward first. The additional requests have to go through zoning and land use because there's a shift to the land use laws. So we, as the legislative body, this is what we can control or we can legislate. The other pieces that you're talking about, we agree, but this has to be done first, and then you go to that step.
Now,
Council President.
Council President, ask for the floor.
But look at this, but look at the important point now. This take effect. You're talking about city health inspector going out and inspect smoke shop. What about if they find drugs or whatever, you know? Our police is gonna be tied up in a crime scene or whatever, domestic violence, all that stuff, you know?
We do it already. It's happening.
Those individuals don't know how to, sometimes, you know, they make judgment on how
Council
the food
President,
look and they
if I
close
may
the
just-
establishment, they're gonna get beat up.
Councilman Velez,
Trust
we're
me.
already doing that.
Doing what?
We're already doing, Director,
Are
just
they inspecting for smoke
once
shops?
Councilman Velez,
Councilman,
you're
right
asking
now,
a
With our
question.
ordinance?
Councilman Velez, you don't need an ordinance when illegal substances are being served in a store.
But that's a police matter, they do it.
So when those things are found
I'm
out and it's
talking about health
reported,
inspectors.
right, how,
just
Director.
like, example, fire goes out all the time to restaurants. They answer a call at a house fire. They see things that they believe it's within our wheelhouse. We get a referral immediately from the fire official, and we go out there. We will do the same thing. We do it already. We go into bodegas and we find illegal things in there. We make referrals to ABC, to police, to the state, narcotics, whomever. We make the referrals. It is the same process. But now we have the right to go into a smoke shop and inspect them because they have a license from the Board of Health.
So you telling me, okay, you do referrals, I understand that.
All the time, Councilman,
Okay,
you know
it's
that.
totally different referring ABC for the establishment of bodega selling beer. It's totally different, right? And finding a smoke shop with a kilo of cocaine. What are you gonna do, a referral?
No,
narcotics.
Councilman, that's already happening.
They're gonna be
police
selling the
already-
cocaine left and right until they
Councilman, the
get there.
police already has. There's been quite a few smoke shops that have been cited.
so,
Council
Look,
President.
Council Vice President Davila, please.
Thank you so much. Councilman Velez, just to, you do know that Paterson Police already, and there's been quite a few that have already been cited and shut down, okay, for selling illegal substances, okay?
Patterson Police,
so
you
I
say
just want you to
Patterson
know that
Councilman
in
Velez,
committee-
you don't have the floor,
in-
point of
in-
order.
In committee, you know, we did discuss, I went over, you know, this
Thank you.
item, and we did discuss, you know, that we should not allow any more smoke shops to open. We have too many, just like we have too many liquor stores, okay? But those come through the state. People have been grandfathered in. So I understand what you're saying, right, to put in motion, but we should just say no more. Other municipalities, other towns have done it. Prospect Park did it. They only 2, and that's it. So
Yeah,
we
but
have.
Prospect Park is a borough. It's not a
Councilman
city.
Velez,
But
you
what
don't
I'm
have the
saying-
floor.
What I am saying is that we are able to say no more, and we're not going to get sued. You know where we're going to get sued? That you put in this ordinance now, you have to be 500 feet. Now, how are they going to comply with that when we didn't have an ordinance in place? So moving forward, this council could take action, and we could say no more smoke shops.
Well, if that's the only thing that people could do.
No, because he was
Vital
Councilman
I don't know,
Velez,
you're
are
killing
you done?
business, small
Councilman Oden?
Thank you, Council President. Before I speak, I have a question to the director. Any number, do you know that how many smoke shops we have as of now?
Whatever you find.
We don't have a specific number currently.
What do you think, like approximate,
Close to 100.
close to?
But
So,
we do have the capacity to reach out to the state who licensed
Right.
the tobacco certificate, and Once this is approved, we will reach out to the state and ask for their cooperation in this.
Thank you, Director. So, so when I sent my recommendation and my draft, how you say, and we're sitting down with the Corporation Council, we also mentioned about the cap. There was a number. And if we say we don't want any more, which is even great, then we don't want to allow any more or give any more license away. And if you do so, there should be clarification that how we can have more establishments, but there should be a cap that how many more. Now, as an example, just now, just very recent, I would say about 6 months ago, there was a smoke shop right across from school number 5, right across from the school. It's like, right there. So that was one of the recommendation that was originally given. So if this ordinance will move forward, there should be cap mentioned whether no more or if more, then how and how many. So that's one thing should be clarified on this ordinance.
We could put hours of operation. Oh, I don't have the floor. But
And also about the vaping products, then how can we control reaching out? That's also should be clarified as well. So that's few things, Director, has to be clarified before we move forward. Even with that ordinance, if you don't talk about like all details that Councilman Velez recommended, I understand it's a lot. However, if we mention about cap should be mentioned here. If no more, how many more? That should be clarified also how it can take place. Because we cannot have too many, it's already too many. I mean, if you talk about it's too many, yes. But when you think it's bunch, like how many bunch, that's another factor that we have to consider. So
Thank you.
I like to see it's moving forward, but again, I am still that, I feel that these few things should be added.
I don't know why we have workshops.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Director.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
Very quickly. So I just wanted, for a point of clarity, I mean, if we place a moratorium and we're not allowing smoke shops any further, it really kind of nullifies the necessity for the amount of feet, 500 feet that's required. But this council is the one who prescribes what we do for land use. It's not required to go before planning and zoning. Planning and zoning would vet it. They'll do the suggestion, but it comes to the council for final approval. If the council decides that we're going to restrict the zones and or how far, whether it's from a religious institution or et cetera, we don't need to postpone that to go before planning and zoning. The council has the ultimate authority to decide how the city's laid out. So, but I am interested in what are some of what Councilwoman Davila was talking about, the teeth. So relative to enforcement, what ramifications are we looking to if there's violations within some of the provisions? And mind you, I didn't see this prior to today. I'm just, it wasn't in the packet. So relative to violations and things of that nature, I'm not talking about fees, because I know this administration is only interested in raising fees, adding fees on, I mean, but I'm not talking about violations. I'm talking about ramifications for whether or not there's and I'm not talking about a fee assessment. I'm talking about suspension of businesses, closing on the first offense, second, third offenses, maybe taking away their license permanently if things are being repeated. Is that here?
Yes. This is
It's in section
part of the reason why
421.
we're establishing this, because we currently do not have the capabilities of doing that.
Right. It's in section on the agenda, in here is on enforcement
No, I understand
penalties.
that, but just for the edification of the public, Director, can you outline that for us? Because members of the public don't see what we have here. So when a
It'd be
business is derelict and they're doing, what's the outline?
If they're found to be in violation, we can suspend it or revoke it. If, for example, by December 31st of every year, your license expires, just like our restaurant licenses. If you do not pay by June, we can at that point suspend and revoke your license. if we find that you're in violation of state or federal law, depending on the gravity of the situation and the substance being sold, the health officer has the discretion of then revoking your license.
No, I can't support that. How are we giving the health officer? First of all, we have ABC enforcement.
But he is
Why
the
would we be
licensed
giving
professional.
the health? We're talking about possibly selling to minors. The health officer is going to be the one utilizing discretion.
He has a state license to make the decision.
His discretion is very questionable.
Well,
His
that's a
discretion is
personal
very.
matter,
That's not a personal matter.
Yes, it
That's a fact. That's not a personal matter. That's a
Personal
fact.
matter between you and the health officer.
First of all, Director, I resent the fact that I didn't make any personal accusations towards him, and I did not. I'm talking about his level of professionalism.
He is
I'm not talking
credentialed to
about
make the decision.
You just made an accusation of whether or not I lack the professionalism and the decorum to utilize
I did not mention
clear
those words.
judgment. No, that's what you just did.
I did not mention those
That's
words,
what you just did. I'm saying that ABC professionals are being. So how many arrests has the health officer been responsible for? How many minors being sold in the city of Paterson? I could tell you there's thousands of young people that's being sold illegal substances.
Mm-hmm.
How many has he been accounted for finding?
He
has absolutely no track record, no investigative background. So you're telling me that his observation or his integrity or his professionalism is going to be better suited than a police officer that's doing.
If I may, Councilman.
Director.
Councilman, the health officer has the credentials to determine if the business is violating state law. Police have different powers. We're not there to arrest people. The health department is there to find you guilty of violating the law and then making the necessary referrals.
Violating
to
what
other
law?
agencies. If
What
you're
law?
violating federal or state law by selling
If they're selling an
products-
illegal substance?
Yes.
How's
Like mentholated, flavored products, flavored vapes, they're illegal federally and in New Jersey. You cannot have them. And I know if you walk during any of these streets right here, you walk right in, you'll see the whole wall of colored little boxes. That's all illegal. But we have no power right now. This will give us the power to go in there and confiscate, call the police, and take the merchandise.
Director, I
And
could
revoke
walk
their
into
license.
dozens of bodegas and find illegal
Correct,
no,
yes.
illegal health violations, whether or not they got the proper grease traps and 3-compartment sinks and their traps. So there's violations that's slipping by the health department that he's overseeing right now. We're talking about public safety right now. We're
This is
talking about
public
public
health.
safety.
This
No, we're
ordinance is
talking
for
about
public
public
health.
safety. When it comes to young children being subjected to narcotics and illegal substances, we
This is the
we
right
have a
step
rat
forward,
problem. We have a rat problem that the health officer is responsible for too. You want me to start showing you videos of all the rats that's in the community?
If you
So
have a
where's he been
complaint,
on that?
We will investigate it, Councilman. I haven't received
Investigate
any
it.
complaints from you.
You need it. We were at 77 Ellison Street where rats would run up your shoe when you're walking in the building.
I didn't
And you
see
need
that,
to do an investigation. All you had to do is go outside and sit there for half an hour, and you're going to come across over 100 rats out there. And the health officer is directly responsible for the rat population in our community. Now you're going to give him another response when he's failing us in all the other areas? Are you kidding me?
I would have to disagree with you. He is not failing us.
So we don't have a rat problem in the city, Director?
We do not.
We do
We do
not.
not have a documented, like New York or a pandemic of rats. We do not, Councilman. We do not. The state would have been here.
Are you
We have a
kidding me?
licensed professional, licensed by the state, who happens to be one of the highest credential health officers in the entire state in the city of Paterson.
And we're in the most filthiest, just about the most filthiest city in the state of New
Councilman,
Jersey.
filth in the
where
streets is not the responsibility of the
and
health
I've
department.
called him on numerous occasions for bed bugs, for rodent droppings, where residents are saying they can't even live in their apartment because it's being overinfested with mice, rats, rodents, insects,
And I'm sure we've
mold that
investigated,
he doesn't
and
ever
we've
lift a
done
finger
the
for.
referrals through the court system,
people who
Councilman.
are being hospitalized because they have their children being overrun with asthma, and you're going to tell me he's the most suited to
And
do
there's
this
a
thing
process
versus the
for that,
ABC?
Councilman.
All right, well, this won't get my support. Obviously, you don't need it because I know you got 8 others that's going to fall in line. You telling me that he's better suited to investigate potential narcotics situations
That is not what I said, Councilman.
than a police officer?
As I said, referral.
We have ABC inspectors that's doing, who does the tobacco inspections?
For our department, we
No,
don't-
citywide. Who's responsible for doing the tobacco inspections?
Right now, ABC goes out there for those type of things. We do not license anyone for tobacco, so we do not go out there and inspect for tobacco. We don't. We have no license.
ABC does.
That goes out to ABC, but we've cooperated with ABC.
So smoke shops
When we had
are
overtime
directly
in my
associated
department,
with tobacco. So now
Correct.
you're going to start doing the tobacco
so we are
inspections?
trying to establish a protocol, a license, so that we can go in there and actually inspect. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
No, but yeah, there's things statewide. There is.
All right, whatever. I won't be supporting.
Thank you.
While we doing, listen, we have the
Thank you,
we had the
thank you,
rules.
Director.
We had the rules on the Paterson Code that says we cannot selling electronic or smoking device and nicotine delivery product, all that stuff. It's already in the ordinance. What we're doing here is giving the authority to put a license that they already have by the state. So what we do is double license. The state give him a license. Now we gonna have a municipal license.
Yeah.
But still, without license or license, you could go and do this. All right? And ABC's been doing it. All right? Listen, they decorating only this now.
Thank you,
They're
Director.
decorating, Director.
Thank you, Director. Good night.
Tell me,
We're doing public portion?
tell me that
We
everything
have
that's
one
here
item,
is
then we'll do
already in
public
ordinance. Tell me, it's already in an ordinance. I already
Councilman.
did. I already read
Corporation
it.
Counsel and his team did a lot of research. If it were in our books
Wait,
already,
before
they
you-
would not have
Director,
put this together.
The state already prohibit all the things that you're saying here.
And they
Now
allow
you-
us to have our own ordinance.
So
Yes.
why you can apply state statute when you call those people?
We
It's the
do
same
not
thing.
license them, so we would have to rely on the state to come
Based-
here to every smoke
Not
shop.
the state. ABC does it every day.
Okay.
All right, we lost
Director,
that.
Yeah.
this
They
is
just
going
wanna
somewhere
charge a
else.
license of $1,200.
So, this is going somewhere else. At the, we have one item left, item number 38.
What's going to happen, they're going to go inspect a
The item
smoke shop,
is
and they're going to say a
this-
mulo, a
Councilman-
pollo, and they say
Councilman
it's a
Velez.
cigarette.
Point of order.
It had no teeth on it. No teeth. No teeth.
Item number 38 is a first reading ordinance. This is sponsored by Councilman Velez. It's an ordinance amending the zoning and land development ordinance of the City of Paterson to provide for new three-family structures on the 1st, 4th, and 5th Ward redevelopment zones.
Council President.
Councilwoman, Council
I
Vice
want to put
President.
something, and I'm going to be very brief on it. You know, I know that this item came before us so we can ask the planning board for an opinion, and I respectfully respect the planning board as I do the Board of Adjustment, but I want to just put something on record, and I'm going to say it, and it's all I'm going to say. I am in support of this, and I'm going to tell you why. So everyone has their opinion, and I have mine, and I'm going to stand by it. I'm going to stand by it. What happened October 31st was one of the most tragic things that could happen to an entire family, to be wiped out, to be in an illegal dwelling. And I'm not saying anything that has not been posted out there. I'm not going to go into details, but everyone knows that our assemblymen and that our councilmen and others lost family members there, okay? And part of it was the issue with illegal dwelling. Some people, for whatever reason, right, we don't have this in place. We now would have something to say you can go and go through a process so you can legally do it, okay? And that's why I'm in full support. I'm not going to change my position at all. Prior to Friday, October 31st, maybe I would have been like, well, because, you know, the parking, but if parking is the only issue, and there's all these other positive things in place, from revenue, from jobs, people living in better spaces, okay? then I'm gonna put it on a scale and I'm gonna weigh it. And right now, I see the more positive. Again, parking is an issue in this city, okay, but it's always gonna be an issue. I prefer to have individuals be able to go through a process to legally do this. And so that's why I'm in support, and that's all I'm saying.
Council President, thank you.
Councilwoman Cotton and then Councilman Jackson.
Councilman President.
My only concern, my concern is some of y'all been sitting up here for 8 years, 10 years, and the process is you go through committee. Now, it didn't go through committee that I know of. You're saying that it did. You go through committee, then you ask the planning board for their
opinion.
Okay, they sent a letter out today about their opinion. So actually, you want to overlook their opinion. But I'm just saying, you go through the process, and then you don't have the planner here to tell us why we should do this. The planner is not even here. But you've been here for 10 years, 9 years. You don't go through the committee. You ask somebody for an advice, and you get something. You don't like the answer. Fine, you don't like the answer. But the thing is that the process, you go through committee, then you come through the workshop. Who was in a committee meeting? I don't know. I don't know who was in a committee meeting. I'm just saying, and then I want to say, I ain't got nobody standing there to tell me nothing. Anybody want to stand up there to tell me why we should have this? Who's up there? I don't see anybody.
This is crazy.
I just don't see nobody. If this is up, I'm not against this, but I'm just saying somebody need to tell me, stand up there to tell me why. And I feel, there's so many illegal, and it really is. There's a lot of stuff. But I would like to see even teeth in it. Okay? If I catch you and you did an illegal conversion, how much are we going to fine you? And then you got to go through the process of making it legal. But that's not even in there. And it should be in there. It should be in there. No, I'm just saying it should be in there. If I catch you, Councilman Omar, and you converted your one family into a 3-family, and then you're going to go through the process, and I'm not going to fine you for doing it illegally? But it's not in there. And that's what I'm saying. It should be in there. Something needs to be in there. And the only thing I'm saying is that when you get something from a department and it's saying to you, they want to have more discussion on it. That's all it's saying, is that they're asking for more discussion.
Councilman Jackson.
I'm finished. I'm just saying.
Thank you, Councilman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
First of all, to say that is a parking issue in the city is an understatement. To say it's a parking issue in the city is an understatement. And the issue is people are building 3-family houses anyway. In fact, they're building 4-family units because they're sticking one behind the garage illegally. So, and I'm trying to understand the logic. Instead of saying, holding the administration accountable for enforcement, because there is enforcement in place already. The building subcode official has the ability to fine people $10,000 per day. He's never done it. It's never been done. And mandate that it comes down. Right now, when were the residents in the first ward solicited? I was never solicited. I'm not in favor of this. I'm coming to planning. I'm getting calls from my residents leaning on me for coming to board meetings to go against this kind of stuff, the overdevelopment. We're just now going to forget, we're going to try to mitigate the planning and zoning process and just give people carte blanche to go ahead and knock down a 2-family. And you already know on a 25 by 100, if you build a 3-family house, where are you going to put parking spaces at? What you mean they're not going to? There's rarely any 35 or 50 by 100 lots in the city. You have a lot on Jefferson Street now that's 25 by 37 that people are building on now. So you got All this stuff going on. You trying to build 3-family houses and stick them in where? Nobody in the first ward, I can't, if you could find a consensus of maybe 10 people in the first ward that's favorable for this. The only people that's favorable for this are the ones that don't live in the city. So I don't even understand. And then the planning board couldn't come to a consensus. We voted on it. It got approved then. I voted against it. It went before the planning board, which I'm very surprised because of course they didn't say no, but they don't say no. This is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, you're not even, where's the study? Where's the professional study that was done? Normally when in fact, I think we're due to do a master plan, to redo the master plan for the city. Where's the study? Is there a study? Is there a study accompanied by this? We should be redoing it now. We should stop the bleeding on what we're doing with this redevelopment zones that's going crazy, where everybody's making all this money and pulling it out of the city. Where's the study? I mean, is it included here? Where's the study that calls for, that's saying that one, there's an imminent need, and that two, what the impact study is? What kind of impact is it going to have on the quality of life of people who are already residing in the city, who are already, living in spaces? I got a family today that's lived in the city. Lady says she was born here, 40 plus years, lived in the same house. Right across the street from my house, there's a construction project going on with a house being built that's equally the size as the house that's there already, with no enforcement. Listen, this right here is a travesty. You guys can continue to move forward with this nonsense if you want to. Yes?
Councilman Velez.
So thank you, Council President. Thank you for the colleagues that agreed on this ordinance to be amended. If the studies and the law of redevelopment zone is already set by the state, we adopted an ordinance that support that redevelopment zone in the city of Paterson. That's why you see that 1,500 properties that was abandoned in the city of Paterson have been reduced to less than 200 in the citywide in those zones, like in the first ward, fourth ward, and fifth ward. Now, if you look at the supported document in the back, it says regulations on fifth ward. It says on the fourth ward, it says regulations, and if you read them on the first ward, you see the redevelopment plan and regulation. Is common sense that if people are going to go over what it says here, yes, they probably had to go in front of a board, okay, and get a board approval. But if you set your construction or whatever you want to do into that lot based on what it says here, you're avoiding all that because you following the rules that are here. Now, let me say this in loud and clear. Day and night, meeting after meetings, we have residents complaining about illegal dwelling, illegal basement, illegal attic, renting rooms. Hold on, renting rooms. They come here every other meeting claiming, let's do something. We losing revenues. They cheating the taxpayers. They cheating the city tax department. So this is going to put all that in order. If we don't take action on this, they still going to be living in an illegal basement, illegal attic. What we're doing here is put in order to be able to have everything set the way it's supposed to be. People have to register their property. They have to go and put it up to code, okay? They need to comply what this ordinance says, okay? And it's going to be bringing jobs to the city of Paterson. It's going to be bringing home ownership to the city of Paterson, and also going to bring revenues to the city of Paterson. So you imagine a one single-family house that goes by this, what it says here, and converted to two-family house, based on the rules. If they was paying $5,000 tax a year, they probably going to be paying 10 because they converted into family. So that's revenue coming in. Now we have people converting it, okay, without permits, cheating the tax, okay, getting the rent, and then you see people evicting people because they're not in the law. They didn't did the proper thing. But now we're going to put order in the house, and I think this is an opportunity for those lands that we have abandoned in our city that people want to construct even a small house or whatever they want to do and sell it or whatever to make Paterson homeowners. If the administration have failed to give home ownership, we at least in this ordinance, we put in that in their hands. Thank you, Council President. Thank you to colleagues that see a light and think out of the box with this ordinance that amended that the state, and let me say this, the state allow us to do amendment in the redevelopment zone. Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Council President. I'm sorry, I was addressing a family matters. I was on the phone for a little while, but I'm back. So I know that we're having a discussion about item 38, and the Director of Economic Development for the last 6 months we'll be having conversation, and we met over here with the Fire Department, Building Department Director, as you recall. So we met in your office, and then we have our second meeting here. With the conversation about basement and attic and the reality that we have in the city of Paterson, that most of those attic, they rent it. We have a crisis on housing in the city of Paterson, and there's people living there. And for the last 6 months, I've been working with you on this, and I see that this is related, it's basically connected with what we've been talking about. So let me jump on this right now, because this is what you and I, we've been having this conversation for the last 6 months. I definitely believe that something has to be done in the city of Paterson. Those attic, they already rented, and I've been pushing for this for the longest. I've been pushing for this the longest, and I'm not the type of person that likes to take credit. I don't need to take credit for nothing. But you are my witness that we met around 7 months ago with the fire department, chief, and everybody right here in that room. So I need to have full hands on this item, this legislation. I know Councilman Velez bring this, and I don't know if we went through the committee or not. Okay. If it didn't go to the committee, so I got to jump on this because I've been working on this for over 6 months. And the director is my witness about working before I bring something to the committee. I met with the fire department. I met with economic development, and we've been talking about this because this is happening throughout the state of New Jersey. It's happening in different areas, and it's been approved in different areas. So it's been approved in different areas. So I think that, I'm sorry?
She said, why didn't you do it citywide? Why are you only doing it in the 1st, 4th, and 5th Ward?
No, listen, I will tell you this. This is not only in one ward. This happen everywhere.
No, but you have to read the...
I know. I know it's in the 1st, 4th, and 5th. I understand that. But we got to be mindful. We all live in Paterson, and it's happening everywhere. But we got to bring safety into the people that live there. We have to bring everything up to code, and that will bring additional revenue to the city also as well. And that's the discussion that you and I will be having, Director. So I understand that.
So are you going to amend it to add your ward to this, Councilman?
So the conversation. So I understand, Director. I understand that, Director. You say that it wasn't approved. It wasn't approved yet by. Can you come to the mic, please? Because I really want some clarification. I know that. I don't know why I hear that legal didn't sign this. It wasn't approved, but we got to go back. Listen, if we have to go back to the table and make it right, there's nothing wrong with that.
So, Director,
but we got to make it right.
Councilman Mendez, before Director speaks, I know Corporation Counsel, I'm not sure where he is, But I also want to question, because the document is not even signed by legal. So I need to identify, because we can't even move, it has to be signed.
Council President.
So once Corporation Counsel comes in, we need to find out, like, where that stands. Director, if you can.
Or Mike.
So I first want to say, I appreciate the discussion on this. I think, there's certainly some pros and cons to the legislation that's being presented. We do have an issue within the city, and that there are a lot of illegal apartments. This could be a way to help with that, but I think, there needs to be additional conversation and dialogue about what the true implementation of this looks like. It's funny, I was, Councilman Velez, you talk about me lobbying for something, but it sounds like you're lobbying for this legislation on behalf of a developer as well. And so I just want to make it clear that at the end of the day, for me, I look at things from a life safety perspective. And the fire incident was such a sad story, and it's something that we need to address, and it's an issue that has been prevalent in this city for many years. This legislation has the ability to address that, but I also think we really need to look at putting additional parameters around it. My suggestion and recommendation for this council will be to allow it to go back before the planning board and allow the planning board to look at it a little more closely, especially with respect to the master plan. This ordinance would pretty much waive all parking, meaning any development that happens in the first, fourth, and fifth ward would waive all parking. And we know parking within the city is already an issue. We are completely strained, so this would be an additional strain on those communities as it is right now. There are other concerns that I have personally with the legislation, but I still think, it's something that warrants further discussion before even moving forward with the vote. Again, implementation is going to be a concern of mine, as well as the process. We talk about, enforcement, the need for more enforcement. In order to do that, we need capacity. This doesn't address the capacity shortage that we have in zoning as well as in the construction department, given the additional reviews that will be needed for, any of these projects to go forward once this ordinance is passed. There's also, some issues related to the grandfathering that's mentioned here in the ordinance. What does the grandfathering mean? And, how far back are we going? And things of that nature. So I still think it's something that should go back before the planning board for discussion, allow the planning board to review and again make their recommendation to council. At the end of the day, council has, within its purview to move forward with the recommendation that is presented by the planning board or to move differently. But again, the planning board is responsible for overseeing, the master plan as well as the ordinances within the code. So allow them to do their job is my suggestion.
Council President.
Council President.
Councilman Oden and then Councilman Jackson.
Come on, Council President. Come on, man. Oh, thank you, Council President. So I'm going to pass it back to you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Council President. So before the director leave, I just want to remind you that there was a resolution adopted on June 17th of this year to the referral to the planning board to support the similar project, which is 25 feet.
25 by 100.
25 feet, yeah, 25 feet by 100 feet,
Yeah,
yes.
25 by 100.
That was in resolution passed on the 17th of
To allow the planning board to review.
Yes, June 17, 2025. Councilman Jackson and myself were absent on that day, so I don't see our votes right there. So, and today we are speaking about this ordinance. Now, if we are actually mixing up multiple things in one. When you're talking about the illegal dwelling, this is a city-wide issue. It's not just first, fourth, and fifth ward issue. It's a city-wide issue. And I don't think this ordinance is going to help us anyway. I don't see it that way. That could be helpful in other ways, but that's different stories. Illegal dwelling taking place for multiple reasons. One thing is we are not enforcing. Second thing is our tax is too high to, to carry the expenses of each property. So I use the city is going kind of giving warm shoulder to the property. Say, come on, use it. I say that's what's happening. Every time someone complains, the inspectors show up to those locations, they check, they come back. We all know the story. And Director, you know that very well. If there is no call, there is no complaint, nobody go and check the properties. If you check today, just know this, at least 90% properties in our city have that kind of illegal dwelling taking place right now. The example they're using from last week, that's I don't think how right it is to speak about it, but this is everywhere in our city, and this resolution ordinance is not going to help at all. Now, if we speak about, yes, what we are doing is, the projects are going to the planning board with that kind of space, getting approval though. Just know this. Without even ordinance, they are getting variances and they are getting support from the commissioners. And it's happening. So we cannot really ignore a few things. I think there should be more clarification needed. If 3 families come, then what's a minimum parking requirement? So I think that should be clarified. Yeah. Since you are here, Economic Development Director, so I want to mention about something else as well. And I'm talking about the last 2 weeks. There are 2 investors in our city, and very well-known investors. And they are actually submitted their application to the community improvement a few weeks ago, and they were reported their files were lost. He submitted again. So these kind of things happening in our community development, and especially under your wings, when we are, for the shortage of the employees, we are way behind. Yeah. And because of this lengthy process, people taking illegal ways. Now, why people taking illegal ways? Just know this, because let's say you're paying taxes for years after years because your project's not coming to the fulfillment. Someone is thinking that it's better to pay punishment than taking this lengthy process. That's one thing we are doing. We are kind of discouraging people not to go to the community improvement. And on top of this, like, losing files and someone submitted, this is disgraceful. This is unacceptable totally, because someone submitted the total plan and you are reporting back, hey, we did not find your folder, or we lost your folder. I mean, please take a look at this. Yeah. And particularly this ordinance, I'm not sure about what my stand is. However, we cannot really bring the illegal dwelling on top of this one. Illegal dwelling is everywhere. If we really want to address this matter, we have to address it separately. There should be implementation of the ordinance. Definitely, we don't have any law that allows people to live in the basement and attic, but implementation is missing. I'm not saying it's missing, it's actually giving pass that you can do that. Yeah. I mean, I would say with our I would say orally we are saying okay to it. No, that's exactly what's happening.
Thank you, Councilman.
So, Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. First of all, you know the problem here? People have a difficult time looking in the mirror. People have a difficult time looking in the mirror and acknowledging that they have a booger on their face. You're going to take a jab at the director saying that there's a level of accountability that she needs for enforcement. She doesn't do the hiring. She's not the hiring authority. She inherited that department that was already understaffed. Mm-hmm. Director Gilmore is being illegally targeted and pushed out of our community. I didn't see you one time stand up in support of him. Through the ordinance, the CI director was supposed to oversee the inner workings of the building department. I haven't heard you one time stand up in defense of Director Gilmore. But yet you're going to sit here and hold the director accountable for the lack of enforcement that takes place when she just acknowledged that her department was so far undermanned that we're going to expect to even put another burden of purpose on her. That doesn't even make any sense. But yet the council, you know what they do in Inglewood? In Inglewood, there's a task force. They'll take the PD representative, the fire inspector, the zoning officer, and the building subcode enforcement agent, and they go through legal and they pull a warrant, a search warrant to go into those homes. So instead of being responsible here and going into the homes and investigating because we have a family that died, we want to just allow them to just build without having to go through any process, without let them mitigate the zoning process, let them mitigate the zoning and planning boards, and just automatically be able to build a 3-family house. Subsequently, not be required to provide off-street parking in a community that's already riddled with no parking. It just doesn't make any sense. And then Councilman Mendez, this whole thing that you talked about with the illegal attics and basement apartments that you presented for fire, they tore you apart in that. That's why you never brought it back here. The zoning office already let you know that the state already has provisions in place to legalize basement and attic apartments. And if you wanted to do that, then you have to go through the process in doing so. But no, just giving everybody a red flag because it's already being done here, that's not being responsible. That's not saving any lives. In fact, it took this thing at 196 Marion, it was on the Paterson Plus app for months. It wasn't until I went there yesterday, now we got 30,000 views, that everybody shows up, and today I get a picture with all of the red stickers that's on the door. And it was on Paterson Plus. You sitting here, you look at those items, and you're at large. You're not taking those calls from the constituents that's showing that. The corner of Preakness and Chamberlain, Mr. David Thompson holding me accountable. Preakness and Chamberlain, another illegal expansion. The corner of Union and Preakness, an additional illegal expansion. They got approved through planning and zoning, started without having permits, and they're overbuilding. They overextended the application, overextended what the plans were. How you expecting, we got one inspector, one building subcode official, he's gonna go around here and catch all of those things? And you're not being responsible from a council perspective, and then you're gonna try to put the onus on the director that she has to be, it's on her watch. This is happening on her watch? No, it's happening on your watch. It's happening on your watch. While you sitting here worried about your name being put on a resolution for smoke shops, while we have families that's dying, when firemen are talking about they went through the window and fell on the body of a dead victim, a dead child. Man, you a clown with this nonsense. We're sitting here allowing for this type of thing to happen, and then you're going to sit here and turn around and try to put the onus on a director? You got to be kidding me, man.
I just want to
So, one second. Let me just say this, and Councilman Uden, you are absolutely correct.
I'm going to say this. I'm sorry, Council President. I apologize greatly. He had the audacity to go live while his family was in that house losing their life. And you're going to sit here and tell the director that this is going on at her watch. You had the audacity. Yeah, I go live all the time, but I'm very sensitive to people's personal situations. You went live while, oh, look what I'm doing out here. You were doing nothing, nothing. While a family was in there losing their life because they had an illegal apartment that was cut off from the front of the building. While we look like fools all over Paterson, this stuff is going on every day, and we're sitting here getting ready to vote on something. Instead of arming the director, holding the administration accountable about hiring, holding the administration accountable about the signing authority, hiring people competent enough to fill these roles, to go out here and do the inspections, we want to just say, oh, well, they're doing it anyway. Let's give them permission to do it, and maybe somebody won't die. That makes no sense.
So, one second.
Please.
So, just right before Councilman Velez was first, before Councilman Velez speaks, let me state this for the record. Councilman Uden, you are correct. The item did come before us as a resolution forwarding to the planning board to ask them to give us oversight on whether this should be done or not. This council approved it to do that. And I have to openly say Councilman Jackson apologized because he thought I sponsored this item. I did not. It is Councilman Velez who sponsored this
I take the
item
fault.
25 by.
then, and he's still the sponsor now. So I want to put that on the record, but that's what the item was for before. It was a resolution for the planning board to give us insight as to what they thought. They sent it to us, what they felt, and then there was another meeting, and then when I got the call this morning, I asked Madam Clerk to send it to all the council members so that it would be here and attached, and it's on your desk. So if you look on your desk, it is there what they recommended, and now Councilman Velez, Councilman Udine, Councilman Mendez, and then Udine.
Thank you, Council President. I don't know if this is insane, what I just heard in the beginning of your statement,
I like
that
my kids love you so
that you was lobbying, that I criticized you, or whatever you say, that you was lobbying for a private developer to come here for a support of a letter, that I is doing this on behalf of developers. Were you at the corporation office when I sit down with him and I deliver him paper to look into the redevelopment law and to see if this fit in Paterson and the law of the redevelopment zone law that we have in place? Were you there? No, right?
No.
Hold on. You just made an assumption of accusation of me doing this for developers.
You made the same assumption.
Hold on, I didn't do that.
You did.
Well, you speak by facts.
That is
Okay?
fact.
So, no, it's not fact.
I'm
Prove
repeating
me.
what you shared
Prove me-
earlier.
Prove
That's
me
all.
that I have sat down with developers to talk about this if I didn't sit down with corporation counsel to bring it forward. So don't go with that.
This was the
Now,
same
did you
legislation that
read
was
your
presented
emails?
to
Did you
us
read-
months
did you read-
before.
Did you read your emails today?
I did read my emails.
Okay,
Yes.
so let me say this. Based on, you know a lot about economic development and those rules, so you know that the current ordinance that, as we speak, the redevelopment zone allows that any lot that's less than 50 feet wide do not meet the requirement of parking. Do you know that? Okay,
No,
so I guess
no,
you know. I guess you know.
I didn't understand what you were saying.
No, I don't
Repeat it.
understand. I guess you don't understand because you don't know. So
No,
let me say
I don't
this.
understand 'cause
So
you
let
didn't
me
say
say
it
Point
this.
of
clearly.
order,
Let me
point of
say
order.
this. No,
Clearly enough
Director,
for me to
Let me say this. Let me
understand.
one
finish.
second,
There's a
Director.
Did you read your emails? No.
Councilman-
So good. That's why she came here
I
empty-handed.
said I
That's why you came here.
I said I
empty-
read my
so-
emails, Councilman,
so
yes.
Let me say this, Director. November 3rd at 4:09 p.m.
Okay.
You will CC from an email from Mr. Michael Dorch, okay? And he put the master plan based on the request that I did, okay?
Yes.
To the planning board. Do you read his recommendations?
So according to
No. Did you read his recommendation?
I read the recommendation.
No.
Councilman.
That's not the question that was asked of me this
Did you read
evening.
his
Point
recommendation?
of
The
order.
question that was asked
there's
One
of me
second,
this
Director.
evening.
One
There's no
second,
point of
Director.
order. There's no point of
Councilman
order.
Velez, when you asked
Did you read the
No,
recommendation?
you asked me a question. Allow me to
just one
answer.
recommendation.
Councilman
that-
Velez,
tell me-
allow her to
Tell me one of the
respond.
recommendations.
So the recommendation
No, tell
was
me.
that
Councilman, let her
partially
respond.
of what was listed in that
Or at
ordinance
least, let me
meets
pull you
the
up.
merits of the
Council-
master plan.
Councilman
Hold on.
But that's
Velez.
not
Council
the-
President,
that's not
she's
what was
speaking.
asked.
She's
No,
speaking over me. I have the floor.
Okay.
I have the floor.
Go ahead.
You asked her a question.
No, yes, but not going back and forth. So let me remind you what that email says. One of the goals that he put in that email, okay, to provide for variety of housing types that will attract and retain mix of residents for various social or economic backgrounds. That's one. Objective number one, address project future population growth without impairing the character of existing neighborhoods. To increase the supplies of affordable housing. That's his opinion.
I know what the email
It's
stated.
his opinion. That's his opinion. Hold on.
Yes.
To stabilize and improve existing residential neighborhood. Okay? That's his opinion. Okay? Discuss with them. It says here, and let me go to the land use. It's interesting because everything that he's doing is recommending us that this is good what we're doing here. Convert vacant, abandoned property to occupied properties on the tax rolls, okay? everything that he's saying back to us, that's why, go back to read his recommendation.
I don't
and
dispute that. That's
so
not
you're
what
gonna
I'm
tell me
disputing.
that
I'm
this is
telling
wrong?
you that the
Director,
planning board did
you
not
telling
issue
me
an opinion. That's
he
what I'm
is the
telling you.
planner. He is the planner.
But you
He gave it-
referred the
he
item to the
discussed
planning
it
board,
in your
not
email.
to the planner.
In your
Point of
email.
order, point of order.
Hold
Only
on.
one person can speak at a time.
Yes, in your email that you sent today, trying to block this, okay? Trying to block it. I don't know who you're taking a recommendation from, but trying to block it. I read all the recommendation that he gave, okay? And I took in consideration, I went back to my ordinance that I drafted with legal, and I said, this is what I'm trying to say here. And I even put the document, the original document I put in the ordinance, and then he came back with this response. And let me say this, but you decide to send an email today through the clerk saying this. This America seek to update the city council on the planning board review of resolution that which was referred to the planning board for review after receiving on June 17, 2025. The planning board has discussed the proposed ordinance
3 times.
3 times, okay? November 5th, the days, and this and that. And I requested, after I saw this email,
You requested the meeting minutes.
the meeting minutes.
Yes.
Not to support the good ordinance, not to support, to see what was spoken there. You know why? Because the email that Michael Dorsch sent with goal and perspective, that was the discussion. And I'm taking that in consideration. And everything that he's saying there is here. So I don't know
But the memo
why
you
wanna bring
received
it
was
back.
from the
I don't know
planning
why you want to
director.
send it back if he already did his honest professional
They did not
recommendation.
memorialize it by way of resolution.
You don't need to memorize. I didn't ask to memorize it. I say to give a review and an opinion.
They did not provide you with an opinion.
He did provide the opinion. Read the email.
No.
Read the email that he sent. Ma'am, read the
Then
email
why
that
did
he
you
sent.
receive the memo today
Let me-
stating that it will be
Mr.
going back
Michael
before the
Dorsch,
planning board on
make
December
a-
3rd for them to issue an opinion?
Mr. Michael Dorsch, I had a conversation with Mr. Michael Dorsch, and I said, Mr. Michael Dorsch, you read the resolution says to give an opinion. It not take a formal action from the board to us to take decision. It's in this side that we take the decision.
Director.
Okay?
You all
Now-
received the
now-
memo.
Director,
The memo
just one-
states
I know,
that it
but
will go
Director-
before
his
the planning
opinion,
board.
read his goal and perspective, and that's when I read that, okay?
So-
because you didn't open the second attachment, I believe so. Well, when I read the second attachment that he's recommended, and he goals and perspective of what he want to see is here already. Is here already. So I don't think now.
Council President,
I don't think
I'm
it's a
next,
bad.
and then we'll
I
do
don't
that.
think it's a bad. What Mendes is trying to do is
So-
total different of this.
Yeah,
Okay.
different.
If he want to implement something in the remaining other wards in the city panel, he could do so. But this is addressing the redevelopment zone that's
So-
already established by state law, and we adopted in the city panel.
So-
So we want to amend it to benefit
my-
those individuals, to benefit those new homeowners,
Council
to benefit
President.
the tax roll.
Director.
If you want to increase fees, this is the way to bring revenues. To
Director.
put things in legal place to make sure that people are paying the fair share of taxes and put home ownership where they're supposed to be, and make sure that with this ordinance we avoid all those illegal
Thank you.
dwelling and all those illegal addicts,
So-
and save life and bring quality to life in the
So-
city of Paterson.
Based on,
President.
I hear you, based on the commentary and all the conversations that are happening, this item needs further discussion.
Council President,
And
put it
it-
for a vote.
Put
Put it for a vote up and down. Put it for a
Councilman
vote up and down.
Velez.
I have it in first reading.
Councilman
Put it for a
Velez.
vote.
No,
If it's
Council-
not, you have the chance to put it
You
back.
are
into
out
law.
of order.
Put in a vote.
You're
I wanna
out of
see.
order.
No, I want to see what
You
you
are
stand.
out of order, Councilman Velez. You had
I'm
the
not out of
floor.
order.
We don't
You
want this
had
in the first
floor.
word, bro.
No, put it in
good.
first. Put it to vote. It's in the first reading. It could fail in the first
Councilman
reading. I want to see
Velez.
where you guys stand.
Councilman
If you stand
Velez.
for new home ownership.
Councilman
if you stand
Velez,
for
you are
new tax
out
revenue,
of order.
Put it for.
You
put
are
it in
out
vote.
of order,
Put it for a
Councilman
vote.
Velez.
Put it for a vote.
Let me say this to the public at large.
Put it for a vote, Councilwoman.
No.
You
Let me
care
say-
about whole new homeownership.
Let me say this to the
Put it
city
for a
at
vote.
large.
Put it for a vote.
Councilman, you're out of order.
If it fails,
Community,
I'm the loser.
I want you to
I'm the
take,
loser if it
community, I want you to take notice.
Take notes.
Take notice.
Oh, notice.
We're here in workshop, which is a discussion.
And it's a first
Several things have been identified. One, we have a memorandum from the planning board asking for more time. They're not saying it's never going to get done. They're saying we need more time. The director of economic development is saying the exact same thing. Then you have you have three wards on here. Now, if you want to do it in the 5th ward, but you got the councilman of the 1st ward and the 4th ward that you have on here because you're the sponsor, and they're telling you they have concerns. The item needs to go for more review so that they can have the time to look through it and talk to the constituent. And I'm going to put this on the record. Sometimes when we come to the council, it don't even have to go this way. And that's why behind the scenes, I tried to avoid it. I sent an email. When it was sent to me, first and foremost, there is a process. All items that to be on the agenda should be on that Wednesday before, so our clerk and the secretaries are not at the last minute trying to get all this stuff together. That was not done. So I sent an email and said, did you follow the process?
Yes, I did.
No, you did not.
Yes, I did.
No, you
Prove
did
me
not.
that I didn't.
You
Prove me
did.
that I didn't.
I will prove it.
2 weeks ago.
You don't have the
We meet
floor.
once a
Councilman,
month.
you're
We
out of
meet once
order.
a month. We
The
meet
que-
once
you
a
have
month.
to ask yourself, why are you fighting so hard?
We meeting once
Ask
a month.
yourself that, because I have
2
the
weeks
floor.
or 3 weeks ago,
I have
sent
the
this
floor.
I sent this to the clerk office and to my secretary.
Well, I don't know.
To send it to committee.
The councilman.
And died in committee.
Councilman
You got to
Velez.
entertain committee because you guys don't want to do it.
Councilman Velez.
But meanwhile,
sent a
there's going to be
request
people
to
dying out
you.
there in legal dwelling, in legal houses, in
Councilman
legal basement,
Velez.
and this will correct that. So let me
let's
say
put
this.
let's put forward the police
Let me say
to
this.
pull warrants.
Let me say this.
Put a piece of
Councilman
legislation
order.
together to pull a warrant.
Put order.
So,
Write legislation to pull warrants and go search those places.
And ice.
Director, and I'll say this, I sent the email back asking the councilman,
Put it for a vote. I
did
wanna
you
see where
follow
you
the
stand.
process? Did you go through economic development? I knew he did not because I talked to the chair. So what they did was, okay, we had a meeting, we'll add it on to have a conversation because that had not been done. You did not follow the process.
The letter
of
just got
sending it-
drafted from the board
Right.
yesterday.
You did not send it to the clerk's office on time. It was sent at the last minute, and I questioned that. And now you're sitting here saying you did it. You did not do it.
First of all, this is a
President,
copy.
You
of the
did not.
ordinance draft.
One second,
This is a
Councilman.
copy of the
You
ordinance draft.
will
Where's
get
the
it
original
when I'm
paper?
done.
Where's
When I'm
the
done.
Corporate Council? Where's
And
the
so,
original paper?
to the public, this item requires further discussion. And we definitely need the input. We hear the 5th ward. You need to have input, which I said in the email as well. My secretary is there. She will confirm it. I said, have you consulted with the 1st and the 4th ward council people? Because this impacts their ward.
Well, Councilman
Those
Jackson
were the
just
questions-
said that he didn't even want to talk to me when he
Those
passed
were
by
the
me. How you want me to
questions
talk about
that
that?
I asked.
Council
And so I'm
President.
going to ask that this
And,
item be tabled for now, go back to committee, so we can get, because if it's going to get done, we need to make sure.
The item is
Just
table.
quickly.
The item is table, Council President, but I need to speak. And listen, people that know me, they know I'm not, listen, I'm very straightforward. I don't go around doing BS and going behind and doing stupidity. Director, when you spoke 6 months ago, the discussion that we have is not similar as this?
So the discussion we had relates to what's called accessory dwelling units, ADUs, which provides the ability for homeowners to allow for rental units on their property. It's a little bit different than this, but the goal is very similar in that it provides additional housing support for individuals.
So I've been fighting for the last almost 7 months about this. Now, I'm going to say this. I didn't bring this back. This not in the floor because the fire department went so hard against me and all. No, that's not true. And that's go to Councilman Jackson. The reason why this is not on the floor is because I like to follow the process. I followed the process and it wasn't ready. And the director and I were still having meetings about this. because I really care. If you own a two-family house in the city of Paterson, you pay about $12,000 in taxes. By renting one unit, it's almost impossible for you to sustain that property because of the high taxes that we have. People are being forced to find a way to get additional revenue by renting those units. Those units that are not, that don't have the safety component to be rented. What I'm trying to see with a legislation is to address that. And the reason why it's not on the floor is because I haven't finished the discussion with the director. I met with the fire department. I met with building. I met with the director, with the office of Michael Dutch, and I'm doing my work to make sure that when the legislation is here, everybody's aware, and nobody can tell me that I didn't follow the process of the committee and everything else. All right? All right? If you have to be back.
So I don't know why.
Director.
I know you table it.
Council President.
So Director.
It's ridiculous.
Councilman Jackson is next. Councilman Velez, Councilman Jackson was next.
When it's convenience.
Councilman Jackson.
When it's convenience.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you.
What about
Councilman
this one?
Jackson.
Madam Director.
What about this one?
Madam Director,
Yes.
during this discussion,
Put it to vote. I love that.
during this discussion in this committee meeting, did various members of your department have concerns with the fact that there already exist provisions in the law that allow for basement and attic apartments to be realized?
Yes, that has.
That's correct. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So,
That's correct.
with that being said, so the Councilman Mendez is going to talk about how exorbitant the taxes are. So instead of being responsible as a legislator, as a budgeteer, and holding the administration accountable on spending, let's just let residents create illegal basement and attic apartments to endanger people's lives. There's already provisions. The fire department let him know. There's provisions in the law. If you're going to make a basement apartment, you got to have a full-size window. It's not that you can't have a basement apartment. There must be a full-size window. There must be certain provisions in place. These things already exist. So to act like you're doing something to override and circumvent the law, that's ridiculous. How about being responsible to the spending and reduce the taxes that way instead of now allowing people to do other things? And lastly, Council President, I got to say this. I got to say this because this legislation is hilarious. Council President, and I'm going to say this to the members of the public. See, when I write legislation, I actually write legislation. I go down, and it's written in the form of what we normally see. To make a copy of the first page of which Corporation Counsel has drafted, and then use ChatGPT, the rest of this ordinance or this legislation is not written in the format of what we normally vote on. This is a ChatGPT format. This is not how we. If you want to be a legislator and you want to take it upon yourself to write, then write it. Don't utilize ChatGPT to start to carry an agenda for other people that's out here to benefit.
That's okay. You use it before to
Councilman Velez, you don't have the floor.
I've never used ChatGPT to write.
You just
especially
did it right now.
not to write. I use ChatGPT to research.
Okay.
This is research.
Google.
That's not writing. This right here is. There's never been a piece of legislation that's been in this format. And then you want to bring it forward and push it for a vote when it's not in the format of how we normally, and if you look at it, I'll give it to you, I'll circulate it so you guys can look at it. The first page is a copy of what was already drafted, where it's in the format of what we normally vote on. Whereas, there's multiple whereases, and if you look at any piece of legislation that I've drafted, I've written it myself. It's in the same format. I'm not going to deviate from the format, but ChatGPT won't understand how to write it in this format.
You're wrong. He drafted it for me.
ChatGPT won't write it like this. It's going to write it.
Corporation Counsel, who drafted that ordinance?
Write it like this.
Who drafted that? Let me tell you, Senator.
I
Thank
already
you.
asked the question.
Look,
Thank you.
They drafted
The
the
only
first.
thing I gave him
legal
was
drafted
this
the
piece of
first
paper.
Councilman
page.
Velez, you
He
don't have the
drafted.
floor.
Legal drafted
He
the first
drafted.
page.
His legal
But
department
every
Point of
drafted.
order, Councilman Velez, you
So-
don't have the floor.
Why
legal
you put
drafted the
point of order
first
to his
page
lies?
You
and
don't
all
have
the
the floor.
subsequent
Put
pages.
a point of order to his lies.
You don't have the floor.
So first of all, the pages are actually, no, I thought they were numbered. There's 6 pages here of, 6 pages here, of which 5 are drafted through ChatGPT. And the one that legal, and this is why it wasn't signed off on, because who's gonna sign off on ChatGPT writing legislation like this? Listen, good try, man. Take this back to the drawing board.
Thank you
Madam
so
President,
much.
Madam President.
Thank you so much, Director.
Madam
Thank you.
President,
Good night.
Madam President.
Madam Clerk,
The
the
legal- can I ask something
agenda
to the legal
items
department?
are complete.
Can I ask
We are
something
now
to the legal
moving into
department?
public portion.
Council President.
Public
Council
portion,
President,
Madam
it's-
Clerk.
I'm waiting
good
for
to
my
clear
floor,
this.
Council President.
So,
It's good
Council-
to clear this. Corporation Council.
public
Who
Councilman
drafted
Velez,
this?
you don't have the floor.
Council President.
Who drafted
We are
this?
moving into public
Council
portion.
President, I'm waiting for
We
my floor.
have
Le-
7
Council
speakers
President,
on
legal wanna
tonight.
answer.
We have 7
Legal
speakers
wanna
on
answer.
tonight.
Legal
To
wanna
the
answer.
public, each
Legal wanna
speaker,
answer.
you have 3
Legal wanna
minutes.
answer.
You have 3 minutes to speak.
Council President.
Please,
Legal
as this
wanna
side
answer.
prayerfully will be respectful,
You
we're
wanna just let
asking you to
legal
do the
answer?
same. Madam Clerk, first speaker.
The first speaker is Bilal Hakeem. Please state your name and your address.
Look, I just reading this. Mendez.
Good evening. Good evening, City Council and those that are tuning in. First of all, I want to extend our deepest prayers on that family that was lost in that fire. You know, I rode up there, and when I rode up there, when I looked at it, just as a human being, just gave me the chills. You know what I mean? You know, may Almighty Allah have mercy on their souls. The other thing is this right here. I took down a lot of notes because I had some other things I was going to talk about, but yeah, Councilman Luis Velez was, I want to make this here a point. He was on point. Luis, Councilman, focus a minute. He was on point tonight. As the councilman of the 5th Ward, he has every right to question them. And none of you should try to circumscribe or mute him. You were correct. The other thing is that we have a bunch of hypocrites. And I'm talking to all of you that were silent here when Director Gilmore was in his position, and not one of you stood up and said anything, with the exception of Councilman Michael Jackson. Why? Because you're scared to death. Ass kissing. Affordable housing. Councilman Luis Velez talked about affordable housing, and he talked about low income. Let me tell you all something. The director was here for economic development, Tiffany, right? She talked about that HUD lays down the rules for the area median income. Let me tell you, that's a bunch of BS.
You got to turn your mic back on.
The councilmen of that ward have a right to shut it down. What is the area median income of a resident in Paterson? Any council person? Can any of you here afford to pay $3,000 a month? Answer me. Don't sit there like a stupid. Answer. Can any of you pay $3,000? No. What is the annual median income of a Pattersonian? Answer. 35. So therefore, you need to be challenging HUD, and they should not be setting the standard. I can't get through all these here notes that I put down, but I'm telling you, bunch of hypocrites. You goddamn hypocrites. Yeah, hypocrites.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Next speaker is Ms. Tooley. Kindly state your name and address.
Adrian Tooley. Okay, is it on? Yeah. Okay, Adrian Tooley. I was here last month, and I, made another presentation about what's going on at Phillips Academy Charter School in Paterson under the direction of the CEO, Dr. Dwayne Davis. And Councilwoman Davila had made mention in the aftermath that the reason she stays in her place and her space is because the matter is in litigation. I don't know why you lied on this platform, because I told you, you weren't woman enough to call me and talk to me on the phone, so we were texting, and I clearly typed that the matter concerning my daughter being unlawfully deregistered and put out of the school and the ongoing racial discrimination that she's subjected to is not in litigation. It is not. If it was in litigation, I wouldn't be coming here. When it is in litigation, I will no longer come here. So I wanted to call you out on that, because one thing I don't like is a liar, because there are people that were here and people that are watching, and you're like, oh, I know my place, I know my space, and if it's in litigation, I clearly asserted to you that it was not in litigation, and I have been coming to this council for help. I've sent a number of emails. Only relief that I get is from Mr. Jackson and direction, so I am concerned. Now, I can look at a number of people up here. I can clearly tell why they don't care. But when I look at people that look like me, other than Mr. Jackson, that's a concern. That's a concern why they don't care. I don't know, but then you made reference that, okay, some people use race as a factor, whatever. I'm a realist, and if you didn't like my realism, that's called tough titty, said don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. If you don't like my realism, that is called tough titty, said the kitty, but the milk is still good. So when you talked, I didn't interrupt you. So the thing is, if my child looked like you, if I look like you, you'd be up out of your seat. Now, mind you, the ones that do look like me, they're sitting down. No matter of fact, they're not sitting down, they're laying down. And Malcolm X said it best. The hardest thing to do is to wake up an organized group of sleeping people. Now, they sleeping. They sleeping, and they have more power than me to stand up and to assert something, to say, what is going on over there? What is the constant racial discrimination? What are the racial slurs? Why has this child been put out of school? They have not done that. Only one that has stood up is Michael Jackson. And it's a sad day in this age when people that look like me won't even stand up.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Eddie Olivares.
Good evening, Paterson.
State your name and address.
There was an article written today talking about an over-expenditure of $4 million. The article goes on to say that Mims and Marisa Davila were not aware that there was an over-expenditure. The article also goes on to say, don't look like if you don't know what I'm talking about. You can go and read the article. You can read, I suppose. The article also says that this administration have not provided documentation for tens of millions of dollars within the last two budgets. Now, ma'am, you are the chair of the Finance Committee. People of Paterson, listen to me. I am going to break it down to you. It's very, very simple. You people that are watching, and I, and you people here, we are to blame because we know these are incomploops. We know, and we keep on electing them. Kalik said that we're not here to micromanage, something to that effect. You know what I'm talking about. Well, sir, then you don't know what your job description is, because that's exactly what you're here for. That's exactly what you're here for. You should follow every last dollar that is spent by this administration. That's your job. But again, I'm going to say it, people of Paterson, people watching. You know, May 2025, we have the chance to get rid of these, at least three of them. If we don't do it, we are to blame. We already know they're not capable. We already know. We've seen it time and time again. How many times do they have to do it before we act? I see, I couldn't but notice that when I came in, that you took your picture and put it up above the rest of the other pictures in the hallway. Oh, but you really do see yourself as above everybody else. Well, just go outside. Either you did it or you ordered somebody to do it, but it was done. Or it's not. People of Paterson, listen. I mean, you're not looking at what I'm looking at, but what she did is she took her picture and she put it above the rest. We have 9 pictures of these people. And so she put, I'm telling the truth, and you call yourself a pastor? Black is not here. What God do you pray to? You know I am telling the truth. It's embarrassing. You should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed. You are I'm going to hold my tongue. Mr. Jackson, I'm doing good today. And in less than 3 minutes, I let them know exactly how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, and good night. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Dennis. I can't make out the last name, but it's M. Is it Meza? County, pronounce your name and your address, please.
Dennis Meza.
Good evening.
Yes. Wow, it was a very intense meeting. I didn't know it was going to be this intense. But I'm not here for the politics. I'm not here for the politics. I'm here for the Paterson youth, actually. We're holding a Little Bosses Youth Business Fair for the kids of Paterson. We'll be at 151 Belmont Ave, Sunday, November 9th, where some children of Paterson will be showcasing their entrepreneurship skills. Oh, I'm sorry, it's from 1 to 4. It's from 1 to 4, and, they asked me to come and see if the council members would support, I'm sorry? 151 Belmont Ave in Paterson, okay? 1 to 4, we just ask that you guys come out and support our youth trying to become young entrepreneurs. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. 1 to 4, he said. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Next speaker is Deborah Hannibal. State your
1
name.
second. Sir, could you wait? Excuse me.
Mr. Meza?
Could you tell him to wait? Could you just wait a minute? We only have a couple of speakers. Just wait a minute. Yeah, okay. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Deborah Hannibal. State your name, please.
Good evening. Deborah Hannibal, Paterson, New Jersey. Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am.
Your assistant tonight, Council President, council members, to the administration. I want to begin by addressing the business administrator. I see he's not here, and I know that the city employs 2 assistant BAs, and Harry, always wonderful to see you. It's just curious that we're paying people and they're not here. So I don't understand. But I'm going to say that seeing Mr. Seaman here was a glimmer of hope. It was someone that was competent, that I thought would be able to do the job. I don't believe that he was given a fair chance. He was not set up for success. He came here. He did not even have access to a computer for the first 3 weeks. I work in HR. You know someone is coming. The time to fill could be 60 to 120 days. When you have someone at that caliber come and you act like it's a surprise and you don't have supplies for them and materials, and then you're asking them for things they can't produce. And there's a reason. There's a reason why things are not supplied. When you're competent, they don't want you here in this city. If you know what you're doing, they don't want you. There's a system, and it's not designed for us. It's not designed for success. And I feel bad because I've walked into a place. People need to understand when you walk into a place that has not been run or managed correctly since Marge Sharon left, This man stepped into a pile of doo-doo. It was knee-high. And he was going to need cooperation to be able to dig out of that. I've been there. And when you don't have that support, it makes it 10 times harder. This was his dream job. And because people, I mean, look at all the articles. It doesn't take a lot. And Madam, I'm going to ask you for one more minute because I just want to, I've said that.
I can't grant that on the spot.
I just want to say thank you to the voters. Please, people know you have power. We saw it. Show up. We went from being adolescents and the teens as far as our cooperation, and now we're young adults. So vote. You can affect change in this city. Let's make it happen. Get them out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Keith Watson. Please
Keith
state your name and
Watson.
address.
Hey, Keith Watson, Paterson. I'm just here to give congratulations to all of the newly elected officials and all the persons who went out and vote. I mean, we got a diversity. We got a ticket here that, trust me, it took a lot of guts, a lot of heart, a lot of action. On the E-Day, we was out there, we was mobilizing, we was engaging, we was convincing, we was persuading people to vote row A all the way. All the way. Because everything was on the ballot. You see, you hear, you know what's been taken away from us. And trust me, this ticket is a ticket that I realized that everybody recognized that they had to go out. The numbers showed up in Paterson. The chairman looked at me personally, said, Keith, you guys did a hell of a job. That's right. And I'm going to tell the candidate also, you guys did a hell of a job. And the reason why I'm wearing the shirt, I'm going to wear them proud. I mean, Benji gave me also a shirt. And it said, you know, vote for hope. And I believe the people went out and voted for hope. All of the candidates, I mean, even this young cat right here, I mean, God, I mean, his daddy works the field hard, Mendes. Yeah. And I got to look at this other young cat over there. Yeah. Man. Right. Ibrahim. Right. That's right. Man. And, you know, Al is one of my favorite, you know, Arab friend, but trust me, Kenyatta, my cousin, my blood. I mean, trust me, he went out there with boots on the ground. He showed up. He actually showed a love to his people and to everyone. And he came out with a mission, one team, one mission. And we got it accomplished. And we need to continue in that direction, that we keep coming out. And I'm going to ask all of these candidates, and I want Alex Mendes to lead the charge. I spoke to Kenyatta already. I spoke to Al. I mean, y'all saw the devastation in Jamaica. Yep. Y'all know what's going on. I had to suck it up, hold it in, because I wanted this ticket to win. Okay? While I'm hemorrhaging inside, I'm feeling hurt, seeing, you know, bodies in the mud, bodies still in the ocean. They can't find them, and they can't even get food. They have to take bread and food from out of the mud to eat. I'm just asking for some donation. Please help us.
Thank you, Mr. Watson.
Please help us. All right?
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Eva Razak, I believe. Is it you?
I don't have her on the list. Is that a new list?
Well, I'm looking at the initials, ER.
The next speaker.
Is it ER here or?
Joe Keys is the next speaker before Ibby.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe Keys. I'm sorry. You're right. My apologies, Mr. Keys. State your name and address. Thank you.
Joe Keys, Jr. I'm following up on the speech I said the last meeting
where I read excerpts from Charles and Inez Barron, who stopped gentrification for all 21 years they were in office in East New York, Brooklyn. So I think it's 3 questions, because I notice there's a difference. He says the first thing you want to do to stop gentrification is determine who has the power to gentrify your neighborhood. They said it was the New York City Council. Is that true regarding the Paterson City Council? I don't think so, based on even what I witnessed tonight. Then next they say the City Council has the power over land use. It is the City Council that determines what's going to be built on city-owned land. And even if it's privately owned, the developers have to come to the City Council. Is that the situation in Paterson? I don't think so, right? Then there's a thing called council member deference. The council member has the power to make or break any developer's project. It could be a billionaire developer. It doesn't matter. Is that the situation in Paterson? I don't think so, based on what I heard tonight. Is the planning and the zoning? Are those the places? So lastly, Charles Barron said, the other thing is the AMI, the area median income. I heard them speaking about that. He said, you gentrify black neighborhoods by letting someone else define affordability. We must define affordability for ourselves. Area median income means those who are making a certain amount of money, 50% below and 50% above the halfway mark. In Charles Barron's neighborhood, the area median income is $36,000 for a family of 3. They have 1-bedroom apartments for $413 a month. Does the Paterson City Council have the power to dictate to developers what the area median income will be that they will have to accommodate? And based on what I heard tonight, no, that's the planning and zoning. Those are the places here. Really? Oh, snap. Man. All right, that's it. That's all I have for tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Keys. Motion to close. There's no more speakers.
Yeah, Miss
Oh, Miss Reed, I'm sorry, Miss Eva. I'm sorry, Queen. Queen Eva, I'm so sorry.
Please state your name,
sorry,
Ms.
Ms.
Razak.
Queen.
I just
And address.
messing with you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want everybody to put it in attention on Miss Evie, because when you talk, I listen. Heads up this way. Mr. Velez, I'm not going to talk to her and look. No, I'm not. I really, really, really mean it. Ms. Davila, I love you. No, Mama. When he finished, I got, because when I'm going to say something, I really want, this is why I came. That's okay, Bobby. I hope it's, Velez! Patilalgo, I'm going to ignore him. Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to ask a serious question on this. First of all, let me go here. I wanted to congratulate everyone that went out and voted. Everyone whose boots were on the ground, everyone who did their job. I know a lot of you guys didn't see me out there, but I don't have to be out there to do my job. And you know why I don't do what I don't do anymore. Mr. Mendez, I want to congratulate you as a father, as a man who was behind your son. Wow, I got chills from A through Z, morning through night. And you want to know something? It's funny to say this. Some people, and they shouldn't do that, oh, because this is so-and-so's child. No, stop. The kids ain't got nothing to do with what we do or we don't do. So kudos to you, and I'm very honored that your son has a place in there, because he really knows from in. When you're a student, oh no, Mama, I've been there and done that, and I've gotten myself in trouble. Another thing, before you kick me out, Madam, I wanted to say, no, Paterson Task Force for the Tricky Tray, awesome. Everybody who donated, everybody who went, everybody had a great time. Thank you, all the restaurants. Also, another thing, I wanted to congratulate also QMAC, who's really busting their butt trying to feed everyone in the city. They just had an anniversary party. Maritza, Benji Wimberly, North Jersey Credit Union, Elsa Mantilla. Happy birthday to Elsa tomorrow. It's her birthday, I think. I could be wrong, but Doña Elsa, the 10th. Okay, so early, I'm saying it early. And also, this is why I'm really here. I know there's a rule, if you hit and run and you leave, you get in trouble, right? Can I ask a serious question? And I don't even want to cry, but I can show you what I just went through before I came here. Mr. Mendez, I want you to listen to this, sir. You remember I told you about, we got that sign in the bottom about cars coming in, right? They're speeding. Do you know that they're running over the cats and I have to be picking them up? I have them here a little while ago, one of them, and I have them outside in a tray, and I told the other one, send somebody to pick it up tomorrow. We need to put something that if you hit an animal, call the cops. Guys, I can show you the heck that cat went through, and he just died a little while ago before I got here. I got proof. And I was praying to God. I was like, I'm sorry. I was like, take him away.
Thank you so much.
So no, wait, Council Mims, I need this that I'm asking. I don't want to come up here and just feel like everybody feels that we're talking and nobody's listening. Is there a law? Is there something that we can put in place that you guys can do it?
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Mims, don't make me feel bad.
No, I'm not, but we have,
No, but
I
you
have
are,
to
but
be
wait, I
fair.
don't mean to be funny. We got 3 minutes, but I think I'm the only one, and we've been here since
Yeah, but Ms.
7
Razak, I have to be fair, because if you extend,
All right, but
then
okay, so give me an answer. What are we going to do regarding that, about that? Is there a law that you guys can put? Because the cars run over the animals and that's all they do?
we can answer, that can be answered during our closeout.
Oh, who?
During our closeout. We can send that response
So
at
you want me to sit
closeout.
and wait?
Yes, or
All right,
constituent,
and everybody in
or
the
we can
city-
have one of our administration, they
Once
can have a
again,
conversation.
I'm not up here to cause any problems. When I come up here, I want to bring peace. But
Yes.
where there's things that are happening, and I got pictures, and I'm the one picking it up and doing
Thank-
this, you got problems, guys.
Thank you, Ms.
All right,
Eva.
all right, I'll wait.
Have a good night. Motion to close.
Move to close.
Move.
Motion to close by Council Vice President, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call to close the meeting. The total agenda, it has been done, and now we're closing out the meeting.
The public
Roll
portion.
call.
Public portion, Council President.
Roll call to close public portion.
Roll call to close the public portion, Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to be brief. I'm going to try to be quickly. But first of all, I want to say congratulations to our 6th Ward Councilman, Ibby Omar, for winning his... Okay, I got to say election, because you was appointed the first time. You won your election, and you're good now to 2028. So, Ibby Omar, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. You worked hard. Like, nobody hand nothing to you. You worked for it.
That's right.
So I want to say congratulations again. And I also want to say congratulations to the Row A team out there. And they all worked hard.
Yes.
Starting with our Governor, Mickey Sherrill, with our Lieutenant Governor, Dale Caldwell. We coming on down to our State Senator, Senator Benjamin Wimberly. We come on down to our 2 Assembly people, Kenyatta Stewart, Al Albaziz, and then we come down to our county people, which is Mike Willimani and Christina Strauss. At the school board, we know for a fact for 2 that are already in. Congratulations to Valerie Freeman and to Alex Mensden Jr. And I just want to say for you all that came out here today, you know, to the council meeting to express some of your concerns and things that are going on and what we need. But I just say that I get calls every day, and I was hoping that our constituent guy, is he still here, Councilwoman?
No, Fernando.
Oh, he left? Well,
Javier.
okay, Javier, our constituent conservatives. I want to thank all the speakers that spoke tonight. Thank you for coming out. But I have 2 issues, and I just got a text for one of them. And I remember I had the issue before when you have big trucks parked in your yard. You can't have commercial vehicles parked in your yard or in your backyard, even though you own the property. You can't have box trucks and tractor trailers and so I have to make sure. I want to make sure, but it's on East 29th Street. I have to get that. But there's certain things that I signed that they can't. Now, even with, they talk about the orders tonight about the zoning for the 1st and 4th and 5th Ward, but there's things that need to be put in place before all that to happen. I always say to people, if you know something is not right, you need to report it. You have to report it. If you don't report it, then nobody knows. So it must be reported. I always say, call Ruby Cotton or call one of us, call my city clerk, call my madam clerk, call my secretary, so they can kind of guide you to the right step to go or the right place to go. And so I want people to understand that they can call and they can be advised of where to go. I have one more thing that I want to say. I received a call from New York, a good friend of my husband, as a matter of fact, and Tennessee University in Tennessee is offering full rise starting in 2026. If anybody out there that have young, and they specifically said young black men who wants to be doctors, they would go to Tennessee State for 3 years and then they go to the medical school for the next 4 years. 7-year college, free ride. But they require so many, a certain GPA, which is, I understand, and a certain score on your ACT test. So if anybody out there that knows some, please inbox me or call me at City Hall. Inbox me on Facebook if you have someone. With that being said, I just want to say good night to you all. Have we got a next meeting next week anyhow. But please, have a good night, everyone, and God bless you all. Huh? Oh. And also, the state of New Jersey, if your child is in the top 5 of their class, they can go to school for free. We better start taking advantage of some of the opportunities that they do have, because they do have it. And I say to people all the time, they do have this opportunity here. If your child's in the top 5 of the class, or top 10% of the class, they do offer stuff. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, thank you. My Dietrich, thank you. My Corporation Counsel, my BA/purchasing agent, thank you. And my CFO, thank you. My officers, thank you. Eva, have a good night. Good night. Everyone, officer, my council member, good night. Thank you, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you very much. Just to talk a little about what you just said, the program is called New Jersey Stars, and it's for the top 15%. If you graduate top 15%, you can actually go to college, what's considered free tuition. And that is a program that I've been running for since it came out, all right? So if anyone really wants details on it, you can reach out to me through my office number, Passaic County Community College, 973-684-6307. We can discuss that. Thank you to all the members. I do want to, and don't want to sound repetitive, but it is so important that we congratulate our councilman now elect for earning the right to sit and have a seat at the table. Everyone deserves to have a seat at the table. This council reflects what the city of Paterson looks like. So I want to thank every 6th Ward resident, friend, family member that supported, although may have not known Ibi, but they know him now. And I know that we affectionately call you Ibi, but we know that your name is Ibrahim Omar, okay? So I just want to say that I was in tears on Tuesday, in our other roles, which I'm not going to mention right now. Councilwoman Mims and I, for months, were out there walking and knocking on doors every weekend, and just the momentum, it happened right when it needed to happen. The people woke up, and it was overwhelming. It was beautiful, and the city of Paterson and Passaic County came in strong, and I hope and pray that we continue with that same passion to stand up for what's right. And I always say this: vote your conviction. You don't have to like me. I'm okay with that. My mom had a saying, you're not a piece of gold, right? That everybody loves gold. Who doesn't love gold, right? That's okay. But I'm going to say this: there has to be a level of respect. To think that you can come and address someone and call someone a liar, no. So you know what? Then you get no respect from me. I don't even have to look at you when you come here. I do not have to. But I do respect everyone, and I do stay in my lane with certain things, and I will not, and I refuse to get involved in something when someone is making accusations of someone, and I don't know if it's true or not, so I can't get involved in that. But with that said, Again, to everyone who won, Mikey, Cheryl, you were amazing. We're looking forward to continue working with you. For Dr. Dale Caldwell and the entire ticket, Senator Benji Wimberly, Assemblyman Al Abdelaziz, Kenyatta Stewart, and Commissioners Mike Vermaglia and Christina Stratz, you showed out, you showed up, and we are happy for you. And yes, school board members, congratulations to Valerie Freeman. We know she's in. We know that Commissioner Alex Mendez Jr., you earned that seat at the table. And I told you, and I spoke to his parents yesterday, I said, let me tell you something. That says a lot about you, but he earned his seat. And he did amazing in the forums that were where he was afforded to be part of. So congratulations to you. I know that Councilwoman Cotton made a statement, about that third seat, because right now there is a projected, but there's a lot of vote by mails that have not been counted. There's a lot of provisionals that have not been counted, and by law, you have to wait an entire week. That's just the law, the way it's set. If somebody put their ballot in the mail on Tuesday, they have to wait 7 days. And so we do know that a lot of people, quite an amount of people have voted through vote by mail. So right now, as a projected, winner, number 3, no, because no. Right. Number 3 right now is Commissioner Della McCall. If it stays that way, I'm going to congratulate you. If it doesn't, then we have to see who the next person would be. But with that said, because I did call Della, I called her up, I called the commissioner up. So I'm wishing well to all and everyone who, decided that they wanted to run. It's okay. That's your right. It's your democracy. It is okay to do that. And it's also okay to support whoever you want to support. People get ridiculed because you don't support who they support. Don't do that. You have the same right as I. You chose one color and I chose another. That's okay too. And in this case, and I'll leave it at this, I'm a proud Latina. Don't get it twisted. I'm a proud Latina, but I don't always have to support Latino if I don't think it's the right person for the job. So with that said, Madam President, thank you, thank you, thank you. And to everyone out there that has been praying for my family, I want to thank you as well, because I know God is good and mine is protected. So no weapon formed against me or my family member will prosper. Have a good night, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, I will too congratulate those who have obviously been chosen by the public. That's the ultimate telltale. If the public has chosen you, as when this mayor was chosen, I supported most of his items. In fact, almost all of his items when he first got elected, until I found out that he was not doing the right thing that was in the best interest of the community. So just because you was elected don't mean I'm not going to hold you accountable, Omar. I'm going to be all over your tailpipes harder than ever, because listen, man, this thing is, the decisions that we make, as Mr. Keys was talking about, Professor Keys was talking about, is reflective on the services that the members of the public receive. And with that being said, and I'm going to give a shout out to Alex Mendez Jr. as well. I didn't support him, but I do understand. I've talked to the young man many times. I do think he has the capacity. I only hope he has the integrity to go along with it, and only time will tell that. And we'll see in his tenure as a newly seated individual. Because you can talk all you want to, it's how you vote that really matters. That's what really matters, and how we vote impact the community. But I want to take a moment to give a special shout out to somebody who I'm sure nobody's going to expect for me to do. I texted him before, and I said I gave him credit, and I'm always going to be willing to give credit when credit was due. I gave him an opportunity equally as well, and when I saw he wasn't willing to stand on the needs of the community, I was even harder on him. But when somebody shows that they have a great deal of integrity, you have to stand on that and acknowledge it. Miss Hannibal, Deborah Hannibal, talked about him not having sufficient tools or whatever to do the job, the BA that's stepping out. Well, I mean, it was par for the course because the outgoing BA prior to him set him up for failure anyway. She sent over the 2 assistant BAs on a special assignment. But, you know, I give her credit as well, too, because guess what? She stood there every night, took a beating from me, looked me right in the face, but the integrity was lacking. And all the decisions that was made while she was here is a detriment to what we're dealing with. But this gentleman who just vacated the seat, Mr. Mark Seaman, decided to vacate the seat because some things was done that he was forced to stand forward and sign documents that he was not in favor of signing. And what did he do? He said, no, I'm not doing this. He chose to vacate. I respect that. I respect that. I respect the fact that you're willing to, you know, as Ms. Hannibal described it, give up a dream job for your integrity. And see, that's very rare around here. Very rare to find somebody with integrity that's willing to make sacrifices and say, no, I'm not going to do that anymore. You know, when somebody puts forward some documentation and then they bring you in the room and say, oh, we're going to need you to sign these things that was done 3 months ago. Integrity. So, again, I sent you a personal text, Mr. Seaman, and I'm also, you know, taking my hat off to you again today and tipping my hat to you for having integrity for the residents of Paterson, for not going along to get along, not allowing people to get abused, not lying that you'll do something and then you don't do it. Integrity, throwing in the towel, say, nah, I can't do this. That right there speaks volumes for me, and I respect that. I'll stand shoulder to shoulder with anybody who's willing to do that, especially in these current climate of how Paterson is being abused, and there's zero integrity, especially by people who are elected, and especially by people who've been appointed. And there was one last point I wanted to make, but I'm just say this. You know, when the developer came in to do the old Fifth Avenue, I sat here and I fought hard. And there was people who said, oh, we need this, we need that. And that developer is making a boatload of money while the people over there, just go do a tour there. None of the residents that are there are happy. Here you have, again, as I displayed in Jersey City, they hold their developers accountable. Yes, you could build skyscrapers, you could build the state-of-the-art places, but we're going to make you do something. If you're going to build a project of such, you're going to put a school in our community. We're going to put forward legislation to allow people to build 3-family houses when we know the schools are already overcrowded, there's nowhere to park in the streets, the services are subpar, and then we're going to put people's lives in danger. 777 McCarter Highway, Shaquille O'Neal went and partnered with some people in Newark and built some, you know, luxury apartments, all granite, where there's a substantial amount of affordable housing there for less money than this developer here, who's not going to come out of his pocket. The same that happened at the Hinchcliffe Stadium situation, where we still haven't gotten the reports on the expenditures at Hinchcliffe Stadium. The developer never came out of his pocket, and they build subpar facilities. I'm getting complaints every single day about the noise that's taking place out there, where they can't, the windows, the doors and walls are like paper, so all the noise bleeds into these people's apartments. The windows falling out of the building before a year even passed. Paterson, your representation is important. If these people sitting here and over there are not going to hold accountable to everybody that's coming here to take advantage of our community, if they're looking to carry the water and agendas and what was it called tonight? Advocate or whatever, I forget the term he used. For the developers, they're not looking out for your best interests. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Khalid, Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's passing 11 o'clock, but let me just say thank you to all the Patersonians that came to the council and expressed their concern in front of this council. But it's extremely important to start tonight by saying thank you, New Jersey, thank you, Paterson. It was incredible how we came out in this election. Congratulations to our newly elected Governor Mikey Sherrill. It was incredible. That was a big victory, not only for her, but for the entire state of New Jersey, because she's the right candidate to be in that position. Also to our great Senator Benji Wimberly, incredible. To our newly elected Assemblyman Kenyatta Stewart, our re-elected Assemblyman Al Abdelaziz, and a newly elected Commissioner Mike Remeglia and Christina Strapp. And also to my left right here, it was a great honor to support my great councilman, Council Kali Ibrahim Omar. Congratulations on your big victory, and I'm very excited to see you here right next to me on my left side. Again, to our school board members, Valerie Freeman, congratulations, and Alex Mendes Jr., congratulations. I'm always saying that actions speak louder than words. Over 8,000 and counting, so I'm very excited and very pleased. And I will say thank you to the great city of Paterson. Everybody that knows me know that I knock in a lot of doors. I see a lot of people in the city, and all my intention is to make the life of the resident of this great city better. My goal is to just wake up and try to impact the life of somebody and make it the life of any person that live in the city of Paterson easy and better, and try to support the people around me as much as I can. I help people every single day, but I don't use that to promote myself. I don't need that. God is great. When you wake up and you have food on the table, you have a roof over your head, and you're healthy and your family is healthy, you are blessed. You are extremely blessed. So congratulations to all the elected officials, because it was a victory for the state of New Jersey and also for the city of Paterson. My brother and my lieutenant, Keith Waxon, thank you. You did a phenomenal job. He's part of my team. Omar Ledesma, Lisbeth Cruz, and the rest of the team. You guys did an incredible job. I want to say thank you from this day for the great job that you guys did, not only for Mendes, but for the entire party. And also, Keith, I hear you during the election. Our brothers and sisters back home in Jamaica, they've been going through a very tough time because of the hurricane that affect the island. I spoke with Kenyatta Stewart today. We're meeting tomorrow. I spoke with all the elected officials, call Major Johnson also, and also Council Kali tomorrow. Kenyatta, I want to have a meeting with him because we want to put an event together. We want to put an event together as soon as possible before the League of Municipality to help our brothers and sisters from Jamaica. They need everything, they need everything. They lost everything back home. So I reach out to them, and I know Mayor Rasbarack will be involved as well. So, we're putting together all the elected officials to do something great, and tomorrow, so we're going to inform you guys. So Paterson, let's continue praying for our city. Let's continue doing what we have to do to make our city better. Last but not least, to all my third ward residents with Resurface and Fifth Avenue, pay attention to the signs, please. If when you get back home, if you see the sign, do not parking, please go around and park your car in a safe spot. We work on East 26th, East 25th, 3rd Avenue, 5th Avenue, the dead end on East 25th also as well. I'm going to be there tomorrow early in the morning, but once again, be careful, be mindful of the signs. The commercial vehicle, please, in the 3rd ward. You know my number, but don't call me to ask me for help if they towing your truck or your commercial truck, because you know that you're not allowed to park commercial vehicle on residential area. You got to get a lot. You have to get a space, for those commercial truck. So that's against the law. If the police if you get a ticket in towing, so you're responsible for that. Please be mindful of that and avoid those tickets. Avoid it because they're expensive. It costs a lot. So once again, Paterson, I think I cover everything. And with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Good night, Paterson.
Thank you. Councilman Omar.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I've been waiting a while to say this, but thank you to all the voters who have trusted me. And I just want to say I'm ready to do the work. And to the ones who didn't vote for me, all I want to do is be able to trust your vote, earn your vote, earn your trust, and let you know that I can do the work. And I want to congratulate the entire Row A ticket, from Mikey Sherrill to our Lieutenant Governor Dale Caldwell, Senator Benji Wimberly, Assemblyman Al Abdelaziz, and then Assemblyman Kenyatta Stewart. You guys are going to do a great job. And our two new county commissioners, Commissioner Mike Ramaglia and Commissioner Christina Schrautz, and also to the Board of Ed, Commissioner Val Freeman, Alex Jr., and the last seat is still undecided, but whoever it is, I will make sure to congratulate them. And I want to give a shout out to that guy right there, because you know what? He was working hard. Every time I took somebody to the polls, he was outside. And Mr. Watson, I'll give you the respect, Mr. Watson. But to everybody that pushed out, that every poll worker, every voter, every person that has something to do with it. And you know what? I gotta give a big congratulations to their first big victory. Yes. Our chair and our co-chair. That's right. Our Council President Mims and Vice President Maritza Davila, you guys did a great job. You guys were out there every day. And to my colleagues who did support me, thank you. I mean, all the phone calls, all the texts, all the little motivation, keep going, don't stop. Thank you guys, because it's those little things that help you push. And before I do, I just want to say my heart goes out to the Abu Hadba family. Obviously, we all know that 5 people passed away on Halloween night. And, you know, I was blessed to know the family, but I'm also was blessed because they gave me my first job. They gave me my first job, and they welcomed me with open arms. And to lose somebody who is such a staple in our community, it truly does hurt. So may God have mercy on them, and may God rest their soul. With that being said, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilman Newton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Paterson. Those who are watching us, those who were here, made a concern, thank you for joining us. Before I start, I'd like to congratulate my council colleague. I would, I'd love to, see you back. And of course, it was absolutely an honor to support you on your election. At the same time, I'd like to congratulate all the Row A candidates and also Paterson Board of Education candidates for making this election. Before, I would like to get attention from Mr. CFO regarding the article. Mr. CFO. So I would like to bring to your attention regarding the $4.3 million.
CFO.
He doesn't need to answer, Council President. I just want to bring to the attention. All right, so Mr. CFO, so I would like to bring it to the attention about $4.3 million unexplained over expenditures. And you know that it came to the just not only the newspaper, also I saw that our Council President mentioned that she asked for the explanation as well. And that explanation we all need to move forward. And let the record reflect that I did not support the budget introduction, neither 5.6% or 3.5%, because even if you take a look at 2023, 2024, I believe 2022, 2023 budget, there's still some clarification needed, as you all know that. On top of this, we are seeking for $65 million borrow, and which comes along with about $2 to $3 million interest. So, CFO, we have to be more responsible, transparent to the people that where is money going. I understand that city is running out of cash. That's where we are standing at this point. However, we have to be mindful about how we are spending our money. Think about the city situation that where we are spending money, it's a big amount, but city is dirty. We have to more focus on trash collection. Last week when we were talking about another extension of the trash pickup without bulk, we have to think about this is something very essential. We cannot just ignore this, so how can we add this to the next budget? So since Council President mentioned she emailed, and I'm asking for your, one more time, that I personally to move forward and see the, to make sure that where I'm standing with the next budget that you are going to bring. Before that, I need explanation on those items. My council colleague left, but I want to mention about the recent house fire on Emerson Avenue. And before I share that, I am hurt and sorry for the family lost. But this is not the first time I reported to an incident. When I get called, I try to be there as soon as possible. The next door is one of my cousin's property. Before even the fire truck reached the location, we, and I used to the families around, they tried with their level best to get to the attention. Even the people living on the first floor, they were not even aware that there was a house fire, the smoke coming out of the house. They are knocking on the door to make sure they come out. That's happened on the day. So this is what you're speaking about. So when council colleague mentioned about that, how come I did not speak or don't go to the live and speak about the illegal dwellings in our city? Trust me, he mentioned about 2 properties on Prockness Avenue and Richmond. And there are so many other properties. I sent email to the departments to make sure take a look at. When he mentioned about one of the properties, he said it's on the Paterson Plus, about Marion Street. I make my volunteers, my interns, to report those things on the app. I personally email those issues. Even yesterday, Sunday or Monday, I reported another issue, something like that, from 160 Richmond Avenue. And I believe that the director sent the inspectors there at the house to report the issue that I have mentioned. I follow the procedure, and I mentioned that. When talking about the house fire, this is not the first time I stood for the families. Last time, before that incident, there was a house fire, 2 houses on Totowa Avenue. I was there for the entire night. I, with the support of the community members, helped a group of members living in those properties for about a week. Same night, I took him to the hotel. I requested the manager to give the lower price, and we rented per room $50 from Holiday Inn. I don't know, the Whiteham, something, they renamed it. This is not the first time I stood for the families. And we rented for 1 week. Some of the community members stood with me, and we provided food for them over a week. This is not the first time we are standing for it. But what I'm trying to bring to the attention that I am not the person and authorized to walk into someone's property and talk about is legal or illegal. That's not me. That's not our authority. We cannot just walk into someone's property and talk about it's legal or illegal. But what I see and what I feel, I address that in a formal way. Nothing else. What else to share? Also, I would like to mention that Mr. Price just texted me. He said to mention about it. You sent this? Okay, so I want him to know this. We address this matter. He texted me. Let me just read the text regarding the trucks parking on East 29th Street. So I am going to email as well about this matter tomorrow morning. With that being said, Council President, my vote is yes to close the public question.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will try to be brief. Mr. Price is having an issue, East 29. Numerous times we have called PD. The only thing is, Mr. BA, East 29 dead end. there's a commercial vehicle parking in that section, but it's not in the street. They've been hiding inside a property that is not paved and et cetera. I refer the issue to the zoning department, so to get the facts of why those vehicles are parked there. So East 29, dead end. By the third ward, I know Councilman Mendez probably is on top of it also, and making sure it get resolved. It's very important that during the election, there was a tremendous hurricane that went through Jamaica. You know, let's keep our brothers and sisters and a local community, Jamaica community, in our prayers, but at the same time, pray and donate. John Jay organization, Jamaican organization, has been active collecting items to be able to take to Jamaica. I know that Mr. Mr. Keith Watson also has a flyer running around to people collect and donate. But this one is in the Eastside High School every weekend from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Any concern, you could call to Commissioner Carr if you have their number. You could call him and get more information. I also posted in my Facebook, and people could get information there. Let's keep in our prayers our beloved Councilwoman Vera Ames. She is. Oh no, she didn't tell me that. It's my will to say okay. All right. So listen, I didn't got that in. Oh my God, can't believe this. Ladies and gentlemen, I had a conversation with her, and she didn't tell me to announce it. She said, so what about if I want to pray and everybody want to pray for her? Okay, so the representative of her is telling me to announce it. But let's pray for her. I didn't finish saying what I'm going to say, and they just put in a block on me here. Let's congratulate, I wish I could say this one. Let's congratulate Dania Martinez for her good win at a Miss New Jersey. That was a nice experience event that I went, and it's nice to see people succeed and reach their goal. Congratulations, Dania Martinez. You have made her proud in the county, and also it's going to Arizona, I believe that is, to for Vegas, yeah, to the big competition. Everybody I mentioned here, Adelace's family and those that knows their family, our condolence. I'm not going to go in detail to claim what's going on there because it's still on investigation, so I cannot elaborate in anything and put facts or whatever. That's why I try to not make those type of comments. But we stand strong with them, pray for them, and making sure that it's not easy losing family in the tragedy. It's not. It's emotional. It's especially to the men and women from the fire department that went to that place. The gentleman that was here early, he was announcing a program or a job fair for youth, and my phone went dead. I don't know if you had a flyer, but just go to rebroadcast and get information unless Councilwoman President took the notes, but my phone went dead. I had it right here. 150 Belmont. 151 Belmont, they have a youth. Sunday 1 to 4 they have. Yeah. I know that we want to go home. We're going to be out in a league of municipalities next 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. Last but not least, congratulations to all the winning Democratic team, those that did not saw me in any kind of event. I have the right to go or not, but I'm a Democrat, and I vote row A all the way. If you had any doubts of that, I will continue supporting the Democratic Party. Last but not least, the Sixth Ward has spoken. Everybody knows that Ilia Villanueva is my legislative aide. Everybody knows that I was supporting her. We did a clean and professional campaign. When we say we, even if I went out one day, I did it professional. Even if I went out one day, I did it professional. Everybody's responsible, accountable of what they do. One thing I gotta say is the elections are over, okay? I'm not gonna sit down here and say, let's work together, and then the next day I'm beating you up, right? Councilman, you have to represent, and you will represent the whole entire community that have elected you. Even that was the amount of vote that came out, still, if you count all the residents, you have to represent them. Even if they were low or high votes, you still have to represent all of them. What I take personal, and we have to try to not say it, because when I hear it, it don't match me, right? When people come and say that we have to have a seat on the table, it's true. We have to have a seat on the table, and that's what we're here for, to have a seat on the table. When we sit here, I'm colorblind. I'm sitting here, I work for everyone. Probably the community say we don't have somebody that represents us. That's not the right term. You have 9 councilmen that represent no matter what is your nationality, no matter where you come from, what flag you carry, what language you speak. We're here to represent every community. That you feel identified with somebody, that's a different thing, all right? But we're here to work. Congratulations, Omar Eby. I say always that Abdelaziz was, no, okay, I got my time. I always say that Abdelaziz was my son, now you're my nephew. Uncle, don't call me uncle, and you're more close to me than Abdelaziz. Abdelaziz was at the end, so you know. But let's keep on working. Election 2026 is around the corner. I'm not gonna debate personal issues. I'm here to debate government issues. So, Harry, thank you for being with us. You know, and bringing always your professionalism and what you do. So, why are you raising your hand? Who? Endorsing who? No, I say election in 2026 around the corner. I haven't made my decision. I'm going to support you or not. Why? Oh. Okay, because they want to go home. Yes, I want to wrap up. Yes. Last but not least, good night. I made my statement on Facebook. I sent a letter to the mayor. And I did send it at 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you for responding. That you correct the number. That it's not 4 million, it's 2 million. But if it was a penny, still the administration had to be accountable on it. So that's the response he gave to me. I wanted the mayor to respond to me, but he always has his people to respond. Last but not least, the same way the mayor investigated or put the alarm situation out there, I hope he comes with a full report about the false alarm in election day. That would be good to know. To put the same energy. Thank you, Council President. I know you want to wrap up. Next week, I will bring the answers to the economic development. We still have to discuss a lot of things that you put on the floor. Good night. Thank you, Rafael. Thank you to Melinda. God bless you all. Good night. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President
So let me just do this in closing. An article was out that stated that myself and Finance Chair was not aware of the $4.3 million over expenditures in the budget. Immediately, I made the calls because we've been going over the budget and the issues in the budget for months. So it's not true that we were not aware. When the budget came forth, the introduction of 5.6, I stated it in the meeting that I recognized there was some inflation in the budget and I was not going to support it. And I requested that it would be 3.5% from the very beginning so that we have time to assess the budget. And it came back, we went to 3.5, we're now moving towards the final adoption next week. So I saw the article, you know, I don't get into the back and forth, I just tell people, just listen to the meetings, watch the meetings, look at how the votes were allocated, and just do what's necessary. I know it's election season, and I tell people that's fine, but I made a request to the CFO, which he did, to explain, because it wasn't 4.3, it's actually 1.7 million, and there's some rationale and explanations as to what those differentials were, and it was sent to all the council members. If you have not received that information, please reach out to the CFO so you're fully aware as we go into next week, the final adoption of this city's budget. It has taken months and a lot of review through the Finance Committee and the administration and this council. We've always asked for recommendations. Give us some recommendations on things that you may see in the budget to help us get to where we need to be. And so I'm going to ask that, again, our final adoption will be next week on the budget. There's some recommendations. You will see that as well that are being presented. But my prayer is that we do what's right by the city and the residents. In addition to that, I just want to say congratulations to all of our Row A candidates and to say that we have our first female Democratic governor. That is an exciting, exciting thing to yell and scream from the top of the mountains, especially while we're experiencing a government shutdown. People's food stamps, Medicare was on the line. I want to say that it really feels good to say Row A, the entire ticket won, starting from our governor candidate, Mikey Sherrill, Reverend Dr. Dale Caldwell as the lieutenant governor, our Senator Benji Wimberly, our Assemblyman Abdelaziz, Assemblyman-elect Kenyatta Stewart, our county commissioners, Mike Ramaglia and Christina Stratz. School board, congratulations to Commissioner Valerie Freeman, as well as Alex Mendez Jr. On well-deserved victories. I acknowledge Commissioner Della McCall as well. I know there's some more numbers coming, and if that, if it changes, I'll come back and say that. But to all the people that ran, thank you for stepping up and running for an election. I want to say this because it was stated by Mr. Oliveras on tonight. He said that I was an embarrassment because I chose to put my picture on the top in the hallway in the city hall, lobby. And this is someone that's trying to be a council person. He needs to understand that at the time that you are elected by your peers as the council president, the clerk talks to the DPW department, and they always put the council president at the top next to the clerk. This has been going on for a very, very long time, and I always say I appreciate when I see people come, especially men, to have an issue when they see a woman rising to the top. So thank you, Mr. Oliveras. I'm not trying to be or looking to be. I am, and I need you to continue to remember that. I am in the seat that you want, and you're not going to get. And at the time that you ever get to a seat like this, when you can be, if your colleagues feel the need to make you the council president, then your picture may go on the top in 2050. But I just want to say congratulations also to my council colleague Ibrahim Omar. Congratulations. You know, the leading ladies, we were with you from the very beginning. Myself, Council Vice President Davila, and Councilwoman Cotton. We were out there, boots on the ground. We even did a flyer to make it known that we stood, just like we stood with you unanimously in your appointment. I was not shifting gears because you are always in the 6th Ward. You were there with Assemblyman Abdelaziz, and when we went out there and talked to the residents, they knew exactly who you were. You also have one of your residents sitting to my right. He was supporting you from the beginning. Thank you for representing. You know I love you. I love your family. And I will say this in closing. Since you've been appointed, and I posted this on social media, you have attended all council meetings except for one due to death in your family, all of the committee meetings, workshops. You've been here in the council chambers, in the office, asking questions and doing the work. You will be fine and you will serve well. Congratulations to everyone. Thank you to Paterson and Passaic County for standing up and making sure that the blue wave, we landed the plane. Democrats, fellow Democrats, very proud of you. Let's celebrate, let's work together, and let's make sure that we understand and know that we are better together. Let's continue to pray for the sick and the shut-in. Pray for the family of the victims that have been impacted, not just by this fire, but so many other things. Let's continue to pray for them. And Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you very much.
And at this time, before you close the vote, I'm going to respectfully ask my colleagues to just vote yes, because we have been done with the agenda over an hour and a half. And it is time now to allow our clerk, our secretary, the police officers, and our acting BA to go home for the evening. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. The public portion is hereby closed.
Motion to close.
Motion to close, Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Councilman Omar. Roll call. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Roll call.
Roll call to close the workshop session of November 6, 2025. Councilwoman Cotton.
Madam Clerk, everyone watching, have a good night. God bless you all. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila.
Davila, where she went?
Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson.
My vote is yes.
Councilman Khalid. Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk, before my vote, I was under the impression that I congratulate my lieutenant and Councilman A. Omar Ledesma. So once again, congratulations, Omar Ledesma, Cuba, Key Waxon, Lisbeth, all my team, Mendez, for that great victory. And thank you, Paterson, for the great support and the vote of confidence. God bless you, Paterson. God bless our city. And God bless each and every one of you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Omar.
My vote is yes. Good night,
Thank you very much. Councilman Newton.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Good night,
Thank
everyone.
you. Councilman Velez.
I forgot to say congratulations, Alex Mendez, for the win of your son. You know, I was there, I support him, and I did what I have to do to make sure that he get the vote that he had to get. Councilman Mendez, congratulations.
Oh, thank you, Councilman. Thank you.
You owe me one.
Okay.
Bocadito. Just kidding. Good night. God bless you all. Stay safe. See you tomorrow
Thank you very much. Council President's vote is yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Council President. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. The workshop session of November 6, 2025 is hereby adjourned. Good night, Paterson.